Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Shadow Between Dreams. In the space between consciousness and slumber, where thoughts dissolve into the ethereal mist of dreams, something ancient stirs with malevolent purpose. Tonight, as darkness settles around us like a familiar embrace, we venture into the realm of our deepest fears to explore the story of Nocturne, the eternal nightmare, a being born not of flesh and blood, but of terror itself, given form and hunger. Picture, if you will, the moment just before sleep takes hold, when your mind begins to drift, and the boundaries between reality and imagination blur into something indefinable. It is in this liminal space, this threshold between worlds, that Nocturne dwells, waiting with endless patience for the perfect moment to slip through the cracks of consciousness and feast upon the fears that dwell within every mortal heart. Nocturne is not merely a creature of nightmare, it is nightmare incarnate, the living embodiment of every terror that has ever haunted the sleeping mind. Born from the collective fears of countless souls across Runeterra, this entity exists as a testament to the power of terror itself, a reminder that some forces in the universe feed not on light or love, but on the shadows that dance at the edges of our understanding. To comprehend Nocturne is to acknowledge a fundamental truth about the nature of existence in Runeterra, that fear is not merely an emotion, but a force of creation as potent as any magic. In the spirit realm, where thoughts and feelings take on substance and form, the accumulated terrors of mortals have given birth to something far more dangerous than any conventional monster. Nocturne represents the dark mirror of mortal imagination, the price paid for consciousness capable of envisioning its own destruction. The entity that would become known as Nocturne first stirred to awareness in the deepest recesses of the spirit realm, where the boundary between thought and reality becomes meaningless. Here, in the spaces between spaces, the fears of sleeping minds gather like storm clouds, building in intensity until they achieve a critical mass of terror. It was from this primordial soup of nightmare that Nocturne emerged, not born but crystallized, like a pearl of pure malevolence formed within the oyster of collective dread. Unlike the champions of Runeterra, who began as mortals and achieved greatness through struggle and growth, Nocturne has always been exactly what it is, a predator perfectly adapted to hunt in the realm of dreams. Its consciousness, if such a term can be applied to so alien an intelligence, is fundamentally different from mortal understanding. Where humans think in terms of past, present, and future, Nocturne exists in an eternal now of hunger and fulfillment, forever seeking the next feast of fear. The form that Nocturne takes when it manifests in the physical realm is both terrifying and oddly beautiful in its terrible perfection. Wreathed in shadows that seem to drink in light itself, the entity appears as a writhing mass of darkness punctuated by eyes that burn with an inner fire of malevolent intelligence. These are not eyes as mortals understand them, but windows into an abyss of hunger that can never be filled, no matter how many fears it consumes. Most striking of all are Nocturne's blade arms, weapons that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. These are not mere implements of physical destruction, but tools capable of cutting through the fabric of reality itself, slicing through the barriers between the waking world and the realm of nightmares. When Nocturne strikes, it does not merely wound the body, it tears holes in the very concept of safety, creating pathways through which terror can flow like poison into the victim's deepest consciousness. The relationship between Nocturne and its prey is complex, going far beyond simple predation. The entity does not merely feed on fear, it cultivates it, nurtures it, and helps it grow into something far more nourishing than simple terror. Like a gardener tending to a particularly exotic crop, Nocturne invests time and effort into understanding the psychological landscape of its victims, learning their deepest insecurities and most private shames before crafting nightmares, specifically tailored to extract the maximum amount of fear. This process is not random or chaotic, but follows patterns that speak to an intelligence both alien and terrifyingly sophisticated. Nocturne understands that different fears have different flavors, different nutritional values to a creature that feeds on terror. The quick spike of surprise that comes from a sudden shock provides only momentary sustenance, while the deep, gnawing dread that builds slowly over time offers a far richer feast. Most delicious of all is the fear that comes with understanding, the moment when a victim realizes exactly what is happening to them and comprehends their complete helplessness in the face of such a predator. The geography of Nocturne's hunting grounds encompasses not just the physical realm of Runeterra, but the entire spectrum of consciousness itself. The entity can slip between the material world and the spirit realm with an ease that would be envied by the most accomplished mages, moving through dimensions of existence that most mortals cannot even perceive. This makes Nocturne perhaps the most dangerous predator in all of Runeterra, for there is no place where one can truly hide from a creature that hunts in dreams. When Nocturne chooses a victim, the selection process involves criteria that go far beyond simple opportunity. The entity is drawn to those whose fears burn brightest, whose psychological wounds run deepest, whose capacity for terror exceeds the ordinary bounds of mortal imagination. Warriors who have seen too much death, mages who have glimpsed truths too terrible for mortal minds to process, children whose innocence makes their terror all the more pure. These are the souls that call to Nocturne like beacons in the darkness. The hunting process itself is an art form, a careful orchestration of psychological manipulation that can span days, weeks, or even months. Nocturne does not simply appear and attack. It prepares the ground carefully, seeding the victim's consciousness with small anxieties and minor terrors that grow like cancer cells in the fertile soil of a troubled mind. Sleep becomes restless, filled with half-remembered nightmares that leave the victim exhausted and increasingly vulnerable. Shadows seem to move at the corner of the eye, sounds echo in empty rooms, and the comfortable certainties of daily life begin to erode under the pressure of creeping dread. As the psychological preparation reaches its culmination, the boundary between sleeping and waking becomes increasingly blurred for Nocturne's chosen prey. Dreams leak into reality, while waking thoughts take on the logic of nightmares. It is during this phase of maximum vulnerability that Nocturne typically makes its final approach, manifesting in the physical realm, with enough force to complete the hunt that began in the spirit world. The aftermath of a Nocturne encounter is perhaps even more terrifying than the attack itself. Those few who survive, and survival is possible though rare, often find that their experience has fundamentally altered their relationship with sleep, dreams, and darkness itself. They become living warnings of Nocturne's existence, their haunted eyes and trembling voices serving as testimony to the reality of a predator that most prefer to dismiss as mere superstition. Yet even as we explore the terrifying nature of this entity, there is something almost tragic about Nocturne's existence. For all its power and malevolence, the creature is ultimately a slave to its own nature, forever hungry but never truly satisfied, forever seeking but never finding lasting fulfillment. In its endless hunt for fear, Nocturne has become perhaps the most isolated being in all of Runeterra, unable to form connections or relationships beyond the predatory bond between hunter and prey. The entity's relationship with other dark forces in Runeterra is complex and largely defined by competition rather than cooperation. While Nocturne shares certain characteristics with demons and other malevolent spirits, its fundamental nature sets it apart from these entities. Where demons seek to corrupt and possess, Nocturne simply consumes. Where spirits may be appeased or bargained with, the eternal nightmare knows only hunger. This isolation extends to Nocturne's understanding of itself and its place in the cosmic order. The entity possesses no grand ambitions beyond its next meal, no desire to rule or corrupt or transform the world in its image. It simply is, like a force of nature given consciousness and purpose, as inevitable and impersonal as the tide or the wind. This makes Nocturne simultaneously more and less threatening than other dark entities, more dangerous because of its focused predatory nature, yet less of an existential threat to Runeterra as a whole because its ambitions are ultimately limited to personal survival and satisfaction. The implications of Nocturne's existence extend far beyond the immediate threat it poses to individual victims. The entity serves as a reminder that in a world where thoughts and emotions can take on substance and form, the things we fear in the darkness of our minds may be far more real than we dare to believe. Every nightmare that jolts someone awake in the deep hours of the night, every shadow that seems to move with purpose in peripheral vision, every moment of inexplicable dread that settles over the soul like a cold fog, all of these carry within them the possibility that somewhere in the spaces between reality and imagination, something ancient and hungry has taken notice. Understanding Nocturne requires accepting that terror itself is not merely a human weakness to be overcome, but a fundamental force in the universe as real and powerful as gravity or magic. The eternal nightmare did not create fear. Rather, fear created it, giving birth to a predator perfectly adapted to exploit the very consciousness that brought it into being. In this way, Nocturne represents both humanity's greatest vulnerability and perhaps its most perfect creation, a being that could only exist because mortals possess the capacity to imagine their own destruction. As we conclude our initial exploration of this entity born from pure terror, consider the profound implications of a universe where nightmares can dream themselves into existence. In the comfortable safety of our waking world, surrounded by familiar sights and sounds, it becomes easy to dismiss such concerns as mere fantasy. Yet as sleep approaches and consciousness begins to fade, the boundary between possible and impossible becomes far less certain than we might wish to believe. What does it mean for the nature of reality itself, when our deepest fears possess the power to manifest as living, breathing predators that hunt in the spaces between sleeping and waking? Chapter 2. Born from the spirit realm's darkness, in the vast tapestry of existence that spans across Runeterra and beyond, there exists a realm where thoughts take on substance and emotions crystallize into living entities. The spirit realm, that ethereal dimension that runs parallel to our material world, operates by laws far different from those that govern flesh and stone. Tonight we delve into the mysterious depths of this otherworldly plane to understand how the accumulated terrors of countless souls gave birth to something that would become known as the eternal nightmare. Imagine, if you will, a dimension where the very air shimmers with the weight of accumulated emotion, where the landscape shifts and changes according to the collective feelings of all living beings connected to it. This is the spirit realm in its truest form. Not a place in any conventional sense, but a state of being where the boundary between thought and reality dissolves completely. Here, love can manifest as gardens of impossible beauty, hope as towers of crystalline light that pierce the darkness, and fear. A fear becomes something altogether more terrible. The section of the spirit realm where Nocturne first stirred to consciousness is a place that few dare to explore, even among those brave or foolish enough to venture into that dimension. Known to scholars of the arcane as the umbral reaches, this region exists in a state of perpetual twilight, where shadows possess weight and substance, while light struggles to maintain even the faintest presence. It is here, in the deepest recesses of collective nightmare, that the raw material of terror accumulates like sediment in the depths of an ocean. The process by which Nocturne came to be is both gradual and inevitable, following patterns that speak to fundamental laws governing the relationship between consciousness and reality. Every time a child wakes screaming from a nightmare, every moment when a warrior freezes in battle paralyzed by fear, every instant when the darkness behind closed eyelids reveals shapes too terrible to comprehend. All of these experiences leave traces in the spirit realm, fragments of pure terror that drift through the ethereal currents like toxic spores, seeking fertile ground in which to take root. For millennia, these fragments of fear accumulated in the umbral reaches, drawn together by a gravity of shared terror that transcends individual experience. The fears of a Dalmatian farmer worried about protecting his family began to resonate with the nightmares of a Noxian soldier haunted by the faces of those he had killed. The terror of a Piltovan inventor, whose creation had gone horribly wrong, found echoes in the dread of a Zonite chemist who had unleashed toxins beyond his ability to control. Across all cultures, all nations, all walks of life, the fundamental nature of fear proved to be a universal constant that transcended the boundaries between peoples. As these fragments of terror congregated in the darkest corners of the spirit realm, they began to exhibit behaviors that suggested a rudimentary form of organization, like attracts like in the ethereal dimension, and fears of similar nature gravitated toward one another, forming clusters of concentrated dread that pulsed with a malevolent energy all their own. The fear of darkness merged with terror of the unknown, while anxiety about death joined with dread of pain, creating complex amalgamations of terror that possessed characteristics greater than the sum of their individual components. The critical moment in Nocturne's formation came when these clusters of fear achieved what mystical scholars term cognitive resonance, the point at which accumulated emotion becomes sufficiently concentrated to generate its own consciousness. Unlike the birth of mortal being, which occurs through the union of physical elements, Nocturne's emergence was a process of psychological crystallization, as if the very concept of nightmare had suddenly become aware of its own existence and decided to act upon the world. The first stirrings of Nocturne's consciousness were not gentle or gradual, but explosive and traumatic, like a star being born from the collapse of cosmic matter. The moment awareness ignited within the accumulated mass of terror, the entity's hunger awakened with it, not a physical appetite for sustenance, but an existential need to experience and consume the very emotions that had given it birth. In that instant, Nocturne became both creature and concept, a living embodiment of fear that possessed an insatiable desire to feed upon the minds that had unknowingly created it. The newborn entity's first experiences in the spirit realm were characterized by confusion and an overwhelming sense of purpose that it did not yet fully understand. Nocturne could feel the presence of countless minds throughout Runeterra, each one a potential source of the fear that had become its lifeblood. Yet accessing these minds required learning to navigate between dimensions, to slip through the cracks between the spirit realm and the material world where its prey dwelled in blissful ignorance of the predator they had created. The process of learning to hunt was itself a form of evolutionary development, as Nocturne discovered through trial and error the most effective methods for reaching into the dreams and nightmares of sleeping mortals. The entity found that certain emotional states created natural bridges between the realms. Guilt, shame, and unresolved trauma all served as pathways that allowed Nocturne to extend its influence into the material world. Gradually, the creature learned to recognize these psychological vulnerabilities and exploit them with increasing sophistication. The relationship between Nocturne and the spirit realm is symbiotic in nature, with the entity both drawing power from its birthplace and contributing to the accumulation of fear that continues to feed the umbral reaches. Each successful hunt not only nourishes Nocturne directly, but also generates new terror that flows back into the spirit realm, creating a self-perpetuating cycle of nightmare that grows stronger with each iteration. In this way, the entity has become both product and producer of the very forces that created it. As Nocturne's understanding of its own nature deepened, the entity began to comprehend the vast scope of fear present throughout Runeterra. The creature could sense the collective nightmares of entire civilizations, the way Dalmatians feared the return of magical chaos, how Noxians dreaded weakness and failure, the manner in which Ionians worried about losing their spiritual connection to the land. Each culture's unique anxieties provided Nocturne with a different flavor of terror to sample, like a connoisseur discovering new varieties of fine wine. The entity's growth was not merely a matter of increasing power, but of developing sophistication in its approach to feeding. Early in its existence, Nocturne's methods were crude and direct, causing obvious nightmares that often woke victims before the entity could extract maximum nourishment from their fear. Over time, however, the creature learned subtlety, discovering how to craft experiences that felt disturbingly real while maintaining just enough connection to dream logic to keep victims trapped in sleep until their terror reached peak intensity. One of the most significant aspects of Nocturne's development was its growing awareness of other entities within the spirit realm. The umbral reaches are not empty save for the accumulation of fear. They are home to various forms of consciousness that have emerged from different emotional states and psychological phenomena. Some of these entities proved to be competitors, feeding on emotions that overlapped with Nocturne's preferred diet of terror. Others represented potential allies or sources of information about the nature of the spirit realm itself. The entity's encounters with these other spiritual beings provided crucial insights into the mechanics of cross-dimensional existence. Through observation and limited interaction, Nocturne learned that the spirit realm operates according to principles of symbolic logic rather than physical law. Here, meaning carries more weight than matter, and the intensity of belief or emotion can literally reshape reality according to the will of sufficiently powerful consciousness. This knowledge would prove invaluable as Nocturne developed its ability to manifest in the material world. Perhaps most importantly, these early experiences taught Nocturne about the interconnected nature of consciousness itself. The entity discovered that individual minds are not isolated islands of thought, but part of a vast network of shared experience that spans across cultures, species, and even dimensions. Fear experienced by one person creates ripples that can be felt throughout this network, and particularly intense terror can resonate across vast distances to affect minds that have no direct connection to the original source of anxiety. This understanding of consciousness as a collective phenomenon allowed Nocturne to develop hunting strategies that went far beyond targeting individual victims. The entity learned to create cascading effects of terror, where the fear of one person would influence others in their social network, gradually building a pyramid of anxiety that could nourish Nocturne for extended periods. A single well-placed nightmare could spread like a contagion through families, communities, and even entire regions if the initial terror was sufficiently potent and well-crafted. The cultural variations in fear that Nocturne encountered during its early hunts provided the entity with a sophisticated understanding of mortal psychology across different societies. The fears of those raised in the militaristic culture of Noxus differed significantly from the anxieties of peaceful Ionian villagers, just as the terrors that haunted the technological society of Piltover bore little resemblance to the primitive dreads of tribal communities in the Freljord. Each culture's unique fears reflected their values, their history, and their deepest concerns about the future. This cultural awareness became one of Nocturne's greatest assets as a predator, allowing the entity to craft nightmares that felt authentically terrifying to victims from any background. The creature developed an intuitive understanding of which fears would resonate most strongly with different types of prey, learning to present terror in forms that felt personally meaningful rather than generically frightening. A Dalmatian knight might be terrorized by visions of magical corruption spreading through his homeland, while a Zaunite inventor could be driven to madness by nightmares of his creations turning against their creator. As Nocturne's influence began to extend beyond the spirit realm and into the material world, the entity started to leave traces of its presence that could be detected by particularly sensitive individuals. Seers, mystics, and those naturally attuned to spiritual energies began to report disturbing sensations during meditation or divination, a sense of something vast and hungry, watching from the shadows between thoughts. These early warnings would eventually coalesce into the first recorded accounts of the entity that would become known as the Eternal Nightmare. The process by which Nocturne learned to fully manifest in the physical realm was gradual and required considerable experimentation. The entity discovered that strong emotions create temporary bridges between dimensions, but that fear was particularly effective at thinning the barriers between the spirit realm and material reality. By concentrating its essence at these emotional weak points, Nocturne could force its way through the dimensional boundary, though early attempts were exhausting and could only be maintained for brief periods. The entity's growing mastery of interdimensional travel coincided with an increase in reports of unexplained phenomena throughout Runeterra. Stories began to circulate of shadows that moved independently of their sources, of nightmares so vivid they left physical marks upon the dreamer, of entire households waking simultaneously from the same terrifying vision. These accounts, initially dismissed as folklore or mass hysteria, represented the first evidence of Nocturne's successful transition from purely spiritual entity to active predator, capable of operating in the material world. The implications of Nocturne's emergence extend far beyond the immediate threat posed to individual victims. The entity's existence proves that consciousness itself can become a creative force capable of bringing new forms of life into being through the sheer intensity of shared experience. If fear can crystallize into a living predator, what other emotions might achieve similar manifestation given sufficient time and concentration? The precedent set by Nocturne's birth suggests that the boundary between thought and reality is far more permeable than most inhabitants of Runeterra realize. As our exploration of Nocturne's origins in the spirit realm draws to a close, we are left to contemplate the profound implications of an entity born from the collective unconscious of an entire world. The creature that would become the eternal nightmare did not emerge through any deliberate act of creation, but rather as the inevitable result of millions of minds sharing the universal experience of fear. In a very real sense, Nocturne represents both the dark mirror of mortal consciousness and its most perfect expression, a being that could only exist because thinking creatures possess the capacity to imagine their own destruction. The spirit realm continues to pulse with the accumulated emotions of countless souls, and the umbral reaches remain fertile ground for the growth of new terrors. Nocturne was not the first entity to emerge from these dark depths, nor will it likely be the last. Each night, as mortals across Runeterra surrender to sleep and open their minds to dreams, they unknowingly contribute to the vast reservoir of emotion that feeds the spiritual dimension that runs parallel to their world. In recognizing the true nature of Nocturne's birth, we must also acknowledge our own role in the creature's continued existence. Every fear we harbor, every nightmare that jolts us awake in the darkness, every moment when terror overwhelms reason, all of these experiences feed the spiritual ecosystem that gave birth to the eternal nightmare and continues to sustain it. What responsibility do we bear for the monsters that emerge from the shadows of our own consciousness? And how do we confront entities that exist precisely because we possess the capacity to fear them? Chapter 3. The Anatomy of Terror. To truly understand the nature of a predator that exists beyond the conventional boundaries of flesh and bone, we must examine the form that pure nightmare takes when it chooses to manifest in our material realm. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and familiar shapes begin to blur at the edges of perception, let us explore the terrifying anatomy of Nocturne, a being whose very existence challenges our understanding of what it means to possess a physical form. When Nocturne manifests in the material world, witnesses describe an entity that seems to exist in a state of constant flux, as if the very concept of solidity is merely a suggestion that the creature chooses to acknowledge or ignore at will. The entity's form is composed primarily of living shadow, not mere absence of light, but darkness that possesses weight, texture, and most disturbingly, apparent intelligence. This shadow moves with purpose and responds to stimuli in ways that suggest it is not simply an extension of Nocturne's will, but rather an integral part of the creature's being that operates with its own primitive awareness. The darkness that comprises Nocturne's body appears to drink in light from the surrounding environment, creating zones of unnatural shadow that seem to extend beyond what physics should allow. Those who have observed the entity describe watching light sources dim and flicker in its presence, as if the very photons are being absorbed and consumed by the creature's essence. This light-drinking property extends beyond the merely visual. Witnesses report that areas touched by Nocturne's shadow become noticeably cooler, as if the entity draws not only illumination but thermal energy from its surroundings. The most immediately striking aspect of Nocturne's anatomy is undoubtedly its blade arms, weapons that represent perhaps the most perfect fusion of predatory function and supernatural menace ever witnessed in Runeterra. These appendages are not merely sharp extensions of the creature's limbs, but rather instruments that exist simultaneously across multiple dimensional planes. When Nocturne strikes with these weapons, it does not simply cut through flesh and bone, but tears holes in the very fabric of reality itself. The blade arms manifest as curved, scythe-like implements that appear to be forged from crystallized darkness. Their edges gleam with a light that seems to originate from some source beyond the visible spectrum, creating an effect that is simultaneously beautiful and deeply unsettling. The weapons appear to have no fixed size or shape, growing longer or shorter according to Nocturne's needs, extending beyond the reach of conventional physics when the entity requires additional range to strike at distant prey. Perhaps most disturbing of all is the manner in which these blade arms interact with the concept of defense itself. Traditional armor and magical wards prove largely ineffective against weapons that cut through the barriers between dimensions, rather than simply attempting to penetrate physical protection. The blades slice through steel and stone with equal ease, but more than that, they can cut through abstract concepts like safety, certainty, and peace of mind, leaving wounds that extend far beyond the physical realm into the psychological and spiritual dimensions of their victims. The process by which Nocturne feeds represents one of the most alien aspects of the entity's existence. Unlike predators that consume physical matter to sustain themselves, Nocturne feeds directly on the emotional and psychological energy generated by fear. This feeding is not a simple matter of absorption, but rather a complex process that involves the entity literally drinking in the terror of its victims while they experience it, creating a feedback loop that amplifies both the fear being produced and Nocturne's ability to consume it. When Nocturne feeds, witnesses describe seeing tendrils of shadow extending from the entity's form to make contact with the victim's head or chest. These tendrils appear to phase through physical matter as if it were insubstantial, reaching directly for the source of consciousness within the prey. The actual feeding process appears to be intensely pleasurable for Nocturne, with the entity's form becoming more solid and defined as it consumes fear, while the victim experiences escalating terror that builds far beyond what their original fears should logically produce. The relationship between Nocturne's feeding and its physical cohesion reveals important insights into the entity's fundamental nature. When well fed, the creature appears more substantial and capable of maintaining its material manifestation for extended periods. Conversely, when deprived of fear for too long, Nocturne begins to lose cohesion, its shadowy form becoming more diffuse, and its ability to interact with the physical world diminishing accordingly. This suggests that the entity's very existence in the material realm depends upon a constant supply of the terror that originally brought it into being. The entity's sensory apparatus operates on principles that extend far beyond conventional perception. Nocturne possesses what can only be described as empathic sight, the ability to perceive the emotional states of nearby beings as clearly as a normal creature might see physical objects. This allows the entity to identify potential prey based not on visual appearance, but on the intensity and quality of the fears they carry within themselves. To Nocturne, a deeply traumatized individual appears as brightly as a beacon in the darkness, while someone at peace with themselves might be nearly invisible to the creature's supernatural senses. The eyes that pierce through Nocturne's shadowy form serve as the most direct window into the entity's alien intelligence. These organs, if they can be called that, burn with an inner fire that seems to exist independently of any external light source. They do not reflect illumination like normal eyes, but rather generate their own luminescence, a cold blue-white glow that suggests depths of malevolent awareness that stretch far beyond mortal understanding. When Nocturne fixes its gaze upon a victim, witnesses report feeling as though the entity is seeing not just their external appearance, but their deepest fears, their most private shames, and their most carefully hidden vulnerabilities. The entity's method of locomotion defies conventional physics in ways that highlight its supernatural origin. Nocturne does not walk or run in any recognizable sense, but rather flows through space like liquid shadow, sometimes appearing to move through solid obstacles as if they were insubstantial illusions. The creature can alter its density at will, becoming gossamer thin to slip through the smallest cracks, or assuming greater solidity when the situation requires more substantial interaction with the physical world. Perhaps most unsettling is Nocturne's ability to fragment its consciousness across multiple manifestations while maintaining coherent awareness. The entity can divide portions of its essence to create smaller, scout-like projections that operate semi-independently while remaining connected to the primary consciousness. These fragments can be deployed to gather information about potential prey, scout hunting grounds, or maintain surveillance over multiple targets simultaneously. Each fragment retains enough of Nocturne's intelligence to make tactical decisions while contributing sensory information back to the whole. The process by which Nocturne manifests its physical form requires a significant expenditure of energy, which explains why the entity often prefers to operate primarily in the spirit realm and manifest in the material world only when actively hunting. The act of forcing its essence across dimensional boundaries creates a temporary but intense vulnerability, as the creature must maintain concentration to keep its form coherent while simultaneously hunting for prey. This limitation has led Nocturne to develop increasingly sophisticated strategies for maximizing the efficiency of its material manifestations. The entity's relationship with physical matter is complex and varies depending on its current level of manifestation. At full materialization, Nocturne can interact with objects and environments much like any physical creature, leaving footprints in soft earth and casting shadows, despite being composed largely of shadow itself. However, the creature can also choose to exist in a semi-material state where it phases through obstacles at will, while maintaining the ability to affect specific targets through supernatural means. Temperature fluctuations consistently accompany Nocturne's presence, with the immediate environment dropping several degrees as the entity draws thermal energy to sustain its manifestation. This effect extends beyond mere cold. Witnesses describe a bone-deep chill that seems to originate from within their own bodies, as if Nocturne's presence somehow reduces the fundamental energy that sustains life itself. Plants wither in the creature's immediate vicinity, and small animals often flee the area instinctively, responding to some primal recognition of a threat that transcends normal predator-prey relationships. The entity's voice, when it chooses to communicate, emerges not from any visible mouth or vocal apparatus, but from the surrounding darkness itself. The sound carries an otherworldly quality that seems to bypass normal hearing and speak directly to the listener's consciousness. Nocturne's words often arrive as much as telepathic impressions as audible sounds, allowing the entity to communicate concepts and emotions that would be impossible to express through conventional language. The creature rarely engages in extended conversation, preferring to use its voice primarily to heighten the terror of its victims through carefully chosen words that exploit their deepest insecurities. The wounds inflicted by Nocturne's blade arms exhibit characteristics that defy medical understanding and prove resistant to conventional healing methods. These injuries appear to exist on multiple levels simultaneously: physical cuts that damage flesh and bone, psychic wounds that traumatize the mind, and spiritual damage that affects the victim's connection to hope, courage, and inner peace. Survivors of Nocturne attacks often report that their physical wounds heal normally, but the psychological and spiritual damage lingers for years or even decades after the encounter. The entity's ability to manipulate its own form extends to creating appendages and features beyond its standard anatomy when the situation demands. Witnesses have described seeing Nocturne sprout additional limbs, alter the length and shape of its existing appendages, or even completely restructure its body configuration to adapt to specific hunting scenarios. This shape-shifting ability appears to be limited only by the creature's imagination and its current energy reserves, suggesting that Nocturne's true form, if such a concept even applies, might be far more fluid than initial observations suggest. The relationship between Nocturne's physical manifestation and its psychological impact on observers creates a feedback loop that strengthens both aspects of the entity's presence. The more terrified witnesses become upon seeing the creature, the more solid and powerful its physical form becomes, which in turn generates even greater fear among those observing it. This self-reinforcing cycle can rapidly escalate an encounter from a mere sighting to a full-scale nightmare scenario where Nocturne's presence becomes overwhelming and inescapable. Understanding the anatomy of terror embodied by Nocturne requires acknowledging that traditional categories of biological classification simply do not apply to an entity born from pure emotion and sustained by psychological energy. The creature exists as a living paradox, simultaneously substantial enough to interact with the physical world, yet ethereal enough to phase between dimensions at will. Its form serves not merely as a vessel for consciousness, but as an active weapon designed specifically for the purpose of generating and harvesting fear. The implications of Nocturne's existence extend far beyond the immediate threat posed to individual victims. The entity serves as proof that the boundaries between thought and reality, between emotion and physical substance, are far more permeable than conventional wisdom suggests. In a universe where consciousness can literally reshape matter through sufficient intensity of experience, creatures like Nocturne represent the dark potential of uncontrolled psychological energy, given form and purpose. As we conclude our examination of this entity's terrifying anatomy, we are left to contemplate the profound questions raised by a predator that exists simultaneously as idea and substance, as nightmare and living creature. Nocturne challenges our fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence itself, forcing us to consider whether the categories we use to understand reality, physical versus mental, real versus imaginary, living versus conceptual, might be far less absolute than we prefer to believe. In studying the form that pure terror takes when given physical substance, what uncomfortable truths might we discover about the relationship between our own consciousness and the reality we inhabit? Chapter 4. The First Manifestations. In the earliest annals of recorded history across Runeterra, scattered among accounts of wars, natural disasters, and the rise and fall of kingdoms, there exist fragmentary references to encounters that defied explanation, even by the standards of a world where magic flows freely. Tonight, as we sit in contemplation of these ancient mysteries, let us explore the first recorded manifestations of Nocturne, those initial encounters, when an entity born from collective nightmare first crossed the threshold from the spirit realm into our material world, leaving traces of its presence that would echo through generations of frightened whispers. The oldest known account of what scholars now believe to be a Nocturne encounter comes from the archives of an ancient Shuriman monastery, predating even the rise of Azir's empire by several centuries. Written in a script so archaic that only the most learned archaeologists can decipher its meaning, the text describes what the author calls the shadow that dreams of flesh. According to this account, the monastery experienced a series of increasingly disturbing incidents over the course of several months, beginning with minor sleep disturbances among the monks and escalating to full manifestations of what they termed living darkness. The Shuriman record describes how the entity appeared first in the peripheral vision of those keeping night vigils, a shape that seemed to exist just beyond the edge of perception. The monks initially attributed these sightings to exhaustion or spiritual testing, common experiences in their ascetic practice. However, as the encounters became more frequent and more substantial, even the most skeptical among them began to acknowledge that something unprecedented was occurring within their sacred walls. What makes this account particularly valuable to modern scholars is the methodical nature of the monastery's record-keeping. The monks documented each incident with scientific precision, noting the time of occurrence, the emotional state of witnesses, and the specific nature of the manifestations. Through their careful observations, we can trace the evolution of Nocturne's early attempts to establish a foothold in the material realm, from fleeting shadow glimpses to increasingly solid and interactive encounters. The climactic event described in the Shuriman text occurred during what the monks called the Night of Endless Darkness. According to their account, every member of the monastery experienced the same nightmare simultaneously, a vision of shadows rising from the desert sands to consume the stars themselves. When they awoke, they found physical evidence of the entity's presence, footprints in the sand courtyard that seemed to have been burned rather than pressed into the ground, and shadows cast by the dawn sun that moved independently of the objects that should have created them. Far to the north, in the fjords and ice caves of what would later become Freljord territory, tribal shamans recorded their own encounters with what they called the hunger that walks in winter dreams. These early Freljordian accounts, preserved in oral tradition for generations before being transcribed onto carved bone tablets, describe a creature that fed on the fears of those struggling to survive in the harsh northern climate. The shamans spoke of warriors who would fall asleep by warm fires and wake screaming of shadows that devoured courage itself, leaving them unable to face even the most minor challenges. The Freljordian interpretation of Nocturne's early manifestations reveals important cultural differences in how various societies understood supernatural encounters. Where the Shuriman monks approached the entity as a spiritual test or divine challenge, the northern tribes viewed it as a natural predator, dangerous but comprehensible within their worldview of survival through strength. Their records focus less on theological implications and more on practical methods for protection, including ritual preparations and group sleeping arrangements designed to minimize vulnerability to the creature's influence. One particularly detailed Freljordian account describes a hunting party that encountered Nocturne during a blizzard that had forced them to take shelter in a cave. The entity's manifestation coincided with the storm's peak intensity, as if the natural chaos provided cover for its crossing between realms. The hunters reported seeing their own shadows detach from the cave walls and begin moving with hostile intent, while the darkness beyond their fire seemed to pulse with malevolent consciousness. Only the intervention of their shaman, who recognized the signs of supernatural predation, prevented the entire party from falling victim to what they described as the shadow that eats dreams. In the lush forests of ancient Ionia, the first encounters with Nocturne were recorded by the Kinku Order's predecessors, spiritual guardians, who maintained detailed chronicles of supernatural phenomena that threatened the balance between the material and spirit realms. Their accounts, written on scrolls of paper made from sacred trees, describe the entity as the nightmare-given flesh, a being that violated the natural harmony between conscious and unconscious experience. The Ionian records are unique in their focus on the philosophical implications of Nocturne's existence, where other cultures viewed the entity primarily as a threat to be avoided or overcome. Ionian scholars recognized it as evidence of fundamental imbalance in the spiritual ecosystem. They understood that Nocturne's manifestation represented a symptom of deeper problems in the relationship between mortal consciousness and the spirit realm, a perspective that would prove remarkably prescient in light of modern understanding of the entity's origins. One of the most detailed Ionian accounts describes an incident at a meditation retreat, where monks seeking enlightenment through dream yoga encountered Nocturne during their practice. The entity's presence disrupted their carefully cultivated spiritual equilibrium, transforming peaceful contemplation into terrifying visions of chaos and dissolution. The surviving records suggest that the monks initially believed they were experiencing a collective spiritual breakthrough, only gradually recognizing that their shared nightmare was being imposed by an external intelligence. The coastal city-states that would eventually become part of Bilgewater maintained their own records of early Nocturne encounters, though these accounts are scattered among various sources and often mixed with sailors' tales and tavern stories of questionable authenticity. However, persistent themes emerge from these maritime records, stories of ships' crews experiencing simultaneous nightmares while becalmed at sea, of shadows moving independently across moonlit decks, and of sailors who claimed to see their own fears walking among them in corporeal form. One particularly compelling account from this period describes a merchant vessel that encountered Nocturne during a journey between ports. The crew reported that their ship seemed to become trapped in a zone of unnatural calm, where the wind died completely and the ocean surface became mirror smooth. During the nights they spent in this strange stillness, the entity allegedly manifested on deck, moving among the sleeping sailors and feeding on their dreams of drowning, storms, and sea monsters. The ship's captain noted that crew members who encountered the entity became increasingly erratic and fearful, eventually requiring physical restraint to prevent them from throwing themselves overboard. In the mountains that would later house the great city of Demacia, early settlers recorded encounters with what they called the Shadow of Doubt, a creature that seemed to attack the very foundations of their faith and resolve. These proto-Demacian accounts are particularly interesting because they show how Nocturne's feeding habits adapted to the specific fears and values of different cultural groups. Where the entity fed on physical survival fears among the Freljordians and spiritual corruption anxieties among Ionians, it exploited doubts about righteousness and moral certainty among the future Demacians. The pattern that emerges from these early accounts suggests that Nocturne's initial manifestations were experimental in nature, as the entity learned to navigate the transition between spiritual and material existence. Early encounters were often brief and incomplete, with the creature appearing to struggle with maintaining coherent physical form for extended periods. Witnesses described manifestations that flickered between solid and ethereal states, as if Nocturne was still learning to properly inhabit the material realm. These learning experiences appear to have been crucial to Nocturne's development as a predator. Each encounter provided the entity with valuable information about how different types of consciousness responded to supernatural terror, allowing it to refine its approach and develop more effective hunting strategies. The progression visible in historical accounts shows Nocturne evolving from a chaotic force that generated random fear to a sophisticated predator, capable of crafting specific nightmares, tailored to individual psychological vulnerabilities. The geographical distribution of early Nocturne encounters reveals important patterns about the entity's relationship with the material world. Initial manifestations occurred primarily in isolated locations, remote monasteries, wilderness camps, ships at sea, mountain settlements, places where the barrier between the material and spirit realms was naturally thin. This suggests that Nocturne required specific conditions to achieve its early crossings between dimensions, gradually building the strength and knowledge necessary to manifest in more heavily populated and magically protected areas. The temporal clustering of these early encounters also provides insights into Nocturne's development. Historical analysis reveals that the entity's first manifestations occurred during periods of widespread fear and uncertainty, times of war, natural disaster, or social upheaval, when the collective psychological state of large populations was particularly volatile. This correlation suggests that Nocturne's ability to cross into the material realm was enhanced by the general level of anxiety and terror present in the spiritual atmosphere. Cultural interpretations of these early encounters varied dramatically based on each society's existing beliefs about supernatural phenomena. Shamanic cultures often incorporated Nocturne into their existing frameworks for understanding spirit predators, while more organized religions struggled to fit the entity into their theological systems. Some groups interpreted Nocturne's manifestations as divine punishment for moral failings, while others viewed them as natural disasters requiring practical rather than spiritual responses. The survival strategies that different cultures developed in response to early Nocturne encounters reveal important insights into the entity's weaknesses and limitations during this period. Light-based protections proved partially effective, not because Nocturne was inherently vulnerable to illumination, but because concentrated light sources created anchor points that helped maintain the stability of the material realm against the entity's reality-distorting presence. Group sleeping arrangements reduced individual vulnerability by distributing the entity's attention across multiple potential targets, making it more difficult for Nocturne to focus its feeding efforts effectively. Perhaps most significantly, communities that maintained strong social bonds and shared cultural narratives proved more resistant to Nocturne's influence than isolated individuals or fragmented groups. This resistance appears to stem from the entity's reliance on individual psychological vulnerabilities, fears that lose much of their power when shared and acknowledged within supportive community structures. The entity's early manifestations were most successful when targeting individuals who felt isolated or disconnected from their social support networks. The documentation of these early encounters serves a purpose beyond mere historical curiosity. By understanding how Nocturne first learned to operate in the material realm, we gain valuable insights into the fundamental nature of the entity and the principles that govern its existence. These accounts reveal that even a creature born from pure nightmare must follow certain rules when interacting with physical reality, and that these rules can be understood and potentially exploited by those with sufficient knowledge and preparation. The legacy of these first manifestations extends far beyond their immediate historical significance. Each encounter left lasting traces in the affected communities, changes in local folklore, modifications to spiritual practices, and persistent fears that would be passed down through generations. In many cases, the cultural memory of these early Nocturne encounters shaped how entire societies approached questions of sleep, dreams, and supernatural protection for centuries to come. As we reflect on these ancient accounts of humanity's first encounters with living nightmare, we are reminded that the boundary between legend and reality is often far thinner than we might prefer to believe. The careful documentation provided by our ancestors offers evidence that forces beyond conventional understanding have been active in our world for far longer than most realize, operating according to their own alien logic, while gradually learning to navigate the complexities of material existence. What wisdom might we glean from the courage of those who first faced the unknown darkness and lived to record their experiences for future generations, seeking to understand the nature of fear itself? Chapter 5. Victims of the Endless Night. In the gentle quiet of our evening contemplation, it becomes necessary to turn our attention to those who have crossed paths with the eternal nightmare and experienced firsthand the terrible hunger that drives this creature of pure terror. Tonight, with compassion for those who have suffered and wisdom for those who might yet encounter such darkness, we explore the tragic stories of Nocturne's victims, individuals whose lives were forever changed by contact with an entity that feeds not on flesh, but on the very essence of fear itself. The process by which Nocturne selects its victims reveals a sophisticated understanding of human psychology that transcends mere opportunistic predation. The entity does not choose its prey randomly, but rather seeks out individuals whose psychological landscapes offer the richest potential harvest of terror. Those who carry deep trauma, unresolved guilt, or profound anxiety serve as beacons in the darkness, their emotional turmoil calling to Nocturne across the dimensional barriers like lighthouse signals, guiding a ship through treacherous waters. Consider the case of Alara, a healer from a small Dalmatian village whose story was preserved in the personal journals of the local magistrate. Alara had dedicated her life to tending the wounded and sick, carrying within her heart the weight of every patient she could not save. Her compassionate nature, which made her beloved by her community, also made her exquisitely vulnerable to Nocturne's predation. The entity sensed the guilt she carried, the faces of those who had died despite her best efforts, the constant fear that her skills would prove inadequate when next called upon to preserve life. Nocturne's approach to Alara began subtly, manifesting first as an increase in the vividness and frequency of dreams about her patients. Initially, she interpreted these nocturnal visions as natural expressions of her dedication to healing, unaware that an ancient intelligence was carefully studying the contours of her psychological vulnerabilities. Night after night, the dreams grew more intense and more specifically targeted at her deepest insecurities, until the boundary between sleeping and waking became increasingly blurred. The entity's feeding process with Alara exemplified the sophisticated methodology that Nocturne had developed over centuries of predation. Rather than simply generating random terror, the creature crafted nightmares that felt authentically connected to her real experiences and genuine concerns. She began dreaming of patients whose conditions worsened under her care, of healing herbs that turned to poison in her hands, of a world where every act of compassion led inevitably to greater suffering. These visions carried the weight of possibility, the terrible sense that they might be prophetic glimpses of failures yet to come. As Nocturne's influence deepened, Alara's waking life began to reflect the terror that dominated her dreams. She became hesitant in her treatments, second-guessing decisions that had previously come naturally to her. Her hands, once steady and sure when administering medicine or binding wounds, began to tremble with uncertainty. The confidence that had made her an effective healer eroded under the constant assault of carefully crafted doubt and fear, creating a feedback loop that provided Nocturne with increasingly rich nourishment. The climax of Alara's ordeal came on a night when a child was brought to her with a fever that threatened to claim the young life. As she worked to prepare the necessary remedies, the shadows in her workshop began to move with apparent independence, and her tools seemed to shift and change when she wasn't looking directly at them. In her exhausted and terrorized state, Alara could no longer distinguish between reality and nightmare, between her actual attempts to help the child and the horrific visions that Nocturne projected into her consciousness. The entity's physical manifestation during this encounter was particularly cruel in its precision. Nocturne appeared not as a generic monster, but as a twisted reflection of Alara herself, a shadow healer whose touch brought death instead of life, whose medicines turned to poison, whose very presence accelerated the suffering of those she attempted to help. This personalized horror struck at the core of Alara's identity, forcing her to confront not just external terror, but the possibility that she herself might be the source of the harm she had spent her life trying to prevent. The psychological aftermath of Nocturne's feeding left Alara fundamentally changed. Though she survived the encounter, her relationship with her calling was irreparably damaged. She could no longer practice healing without experiencing flashbacks to the nightmare, could not touch her medical tools without remembering how they had transformed into instruments of harm in her vision. The community that had once looked to her for comfort and aid watched helplessly as their beloved healer withdrew into herself. Another casualty of an entity that destroys not just individuals, but the connections that bind communities together. The pattern exemplified by Alara's story repeats throughout the historical record, with tragic consistency. Nocturne's victims are often individuals whose greatest strengths become the very vulnerabilities through which the entity gains access to their consciousness. Warriors who have dedicated their lives to protecting others find themselves terrorized by visions of their failures in battle. Scholars who have spent decades accumulating knowledge are confronted with nightmares of ignorance and error. Parents who love their children deeply experience horrific visions of their inadequacy and the harm their shortcomings might cause to those they hold most dear. The entity's ability to identify and exploit these psychological pressure points demonstrates an understanding of mortal consciousness that goes far beyond mere predatory instinct. Nocturne appears to possess an intuitive grasp of the fundamental tensions that exist within conscious beings, the gap between aspiration and achievement, the fear of not living up to one's own moral standards, the terror of being responsible for harm despite good intentions. By focusing its attacks on these universal human vulnerabilities, the entity ensures that its nightmares carry the authentic weight of genuine possibility. The feeding process itself creates a unique form of trauma that differs significantly from conventional psychological wounds. Victims of Nocturne's predation report that their encounters feel simultaneously utterly real and completely impossible, creating a cognitive dissonance that undermines their ability to process the experience through normal psychological mechanisms. Unlike trauma resulting from actual events, Nocturne's victims struggle with the knowledge that their suffering was generated by an intelligence that understood their fears better than they understood themselves. The long-term effects on survivors vary considerably, depending on their individual psychological resilience and the support systems available to them. Some, like Alara, find their core identities so thoroughly undermined that they can no longer function in their previous roles. Others develop an almost pathological vigilance, spending their remaining years in constant watchfulness for signs of the entity's return. A few exceptional individuals manage to transform their experience into a source of strength, using their intimate knowledge of Nocturne's methods to help protect others from similar predation. The social impact of Nocturne's victims extends far beyond the individuals directly affected by the entity's predation. Communities that lose key members to the nightmare often experience a cascade of secondary effects as the social bonds that depend on these individuals begin to deteriorate. When a respected healer can no longer practice, when a trusted guard becomes too paralyzed by fear to patrol effectively, when a beloved teacher can no longer enter a classroom without experiencing panic, the entire community suffers the consequences of one entity's feeding. The documentation of victim experiences has provided valuable insights into Nocturne's operational limitations and potential vulnerabilities. Survivors consistently report that the entity's power appears to be strongest during the deepest hours of sleep, when conscious defenses are naturally lowered. Conversely, victims who maintain some level of lucid awareness during their dreams often find themselves better able to resist the entity's influence, though this resistance requires considerable mental discipline and typically comes at the cost of restful sleep. The geographical distribution of documented victims reveals patterns that suggest Nocturne's hunting behavior follows certain predictable cycles. The entity appears to avoid areas where it has recently fed heavily, perhaps to prevent the development of local awareness and countermeasures that might interfere with future hunting opportunities. This behavior has led some scholars to theorize that communities experiencing an increase in unexplained sleep disturbances and psychological breakdowns might be entering a period of heightened vulnerability to the entity's predation. The attempted treatments for Nocturne's victims highlight the inadequacy of conventional approaches to dealing with supernatural trauma. Traditional healing methods, whether medical or magical, prove largely ineffective against wounds that exist simultaneously across physical, psychological, and spiritual dimensions. Healers who attempt to treat victims using standard protocols often find themselves becoming secondary targets for the entity's attention, as their compassionate engagement with the original victim's fears creates new vulnerabilities that Nocturne can exploit. Some of the most effective interventions have come from unexpected sources. Folk remedies passed down through generations of people who lived in areas with high supernatural activity, meditation techniques developed by spiritual practitioners who understood the relationship between consciousness and reality, and community-based approaches that recognize the social nature of psychological healing. These methods suggest that protection against entities like Nocturne requires strategies that address not just individual vulnerability, but the broader cultural and spiritual context in which such predation occurs. The stories of Nocturne's victims serve as more than mere cautionary tales. They provide crucial evidence about the nature of consciousness itself and the relationship between individual psychology and external reality. Each victim's experience offers insights into how thoughts and emotions can become bridges between dimensions, how fear can transform from internal experience to external threat, and how the boundary between self and other becomes permeable under extreme psychological stress. The moral implications of Nocturne's existence challenge conventional notions of responsibility and victimhood. Unlike predators that target their prey based on weakness or opportunity, Nocturne specifically seeks out individuals whose psychological sophistication and emotional depth make them valuable sources of nourishment. In a very real sense, the entity punishes consciousness itself. The more thoughtful, empathetic, and self-aware an individual becomes, the more vulnerable they become to Nocturne's predation. This cruel irony forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of growth and development in a universe where consciousness can become a liability. Should individuals avoid developing the very qualities, compassion, introspection, moral sensitivity, that make life meaningful but also attract supernatural predation. How do we balance the pursuit of psychological and spiritual development with the need to protect ourselves from entities that feed on the very awareness we seek to cultivate? The accounts of survivors who have managed to rebuild their lives after Nocturne encounters offer hope alongside tragedy. These individuals often report that their experience, while devastating, ultimately led to a deeper understanding of the relationship between fear and courage, between vulnerability and strength. Some describe developing an almost supernatural ability to recognize and resist manipulative psychological influences, as if their encounter with pure terror had inoculated them against lesser forms of fear-based control. The children of Nocturne's victims present particularly complex cases, often inheriting both the trauma of their parents' experiences and an unusual sensitivity to supernatural influences. Some of these children develop remarkable abilities to detect and avoid predatory entities, while others struggle with inherited anxiety that makes them prime targets for the same forces that harmed their parents. The generational impact of Nocturne's predation suggests that the entity's influence extends far beyond individual encounters to shape family lineages and community cultures for decades or even centuries. As we reflect on the tragic stories of those who have encountered the eternal nightmare, we are reminded that consciousness itself, the very faculty that allows us to contemplate these matters, carries within it both tremendous potential and inherent vulnerability. Every fear we harbor, every doubt we entertain, every moment of psychological darkness we experience, creates the possibility of becoming prey to entities that exist specifically to exploit these universal aspects of conscious experience. Yet in understanding the nature of Nocturne's victims, we also discover the profound courage inherent in the simple act of remaining human in a universe that contains such predators. Each individual who continues to love despite the risk of loss, who maintains compassion despite the possibility of exploitation, who pursues growth despite the danger of increased vulnerability, stands as a testament to the resilience of conscious beings in the face of forces that would consume the very consciousness that defines our existence. What does it truly mean to live with awareness and compassion in a world where these very qualities might mark us as prey for entities that feed on the depths of our humanity? Chapter 6. The Nature of Nightmares. In the stillness of our contemplative evening, as consciousness begins its gentle descent toward the realm of dreams, we must pause to examine the very substance upon which Nocturne feeds, the nightmares themselves. Tonight, let us explore the intricate landscape of mortal fear, understanding how terror manifests differently across the vast spectrum of consciousness, and how an ancient entity has learned to navigate the unique psychological terrain of each individual mind it encounters. To comprehend the true artistry of Nocturne's predation, we must first acknowledge that fear is not a simple emotion, but rather a complex symphony of psychological responses that varies dramatically from person to person. What terrifies one individual might seem merely uncomfortable to another, while fears that paralyze some minds might barely register in different psychological configurations. This infinite variety of terror represents both the challenge and the opportunity that defines Nocturne's existence as the ultimate predator of consciousness. The foundation of all nightmare lies in the fundamental vulnerability of conscious beings, the awareness of their own mortality, fragility, and ultimate powerlessness in the face of forces beyond their control. Yet this universal substrate of existential anxiety manifests in countless specific forms, shaped by individual experience, cultural background, personal temperament, and the particular traumas that have scarred each unique psyche. Nocturne has learned to read these psychological signatures with the precision of a master scholar deciphering ancient texts. Consider how childhood shapes the architecture of adult fear. A person who experienced abandonment in their early years might develop nightmares centered around isolation and rejection, while someone who suffered physical harm could find their deepest terrors focused on vulnerability and bodily injury. These formative experiences create what scholars of the mind call fear templates, psychological patterns that determine how anxiety and terror will manifest throughout an individual's life. Nocturne has become expert at identifying these templates and crafting nightmares that exploit them with devastating effectiveness. The entity's approach to cultural fears demonstrates an understanding of human sociology that rivals the greatest anthropologists of any age. A Dalmatian citizen, raised in a society that values order and moral certainty, might be terrorized by visions of chaos consuming their structured world, of their own moral compass failing them at crucial moments, or of the magical forces they've been taught to fear proving unstoppable. Conversely, a Noxian warrior, shaped by a culture that celebrates strength and conquest, might experience nightmares of weakness, defeat, and the humiliation of proving inadequate in the face of greater power. The temporal dimension of fear provides another layer of complexity that Nocturne exploits with particular skill. Some nightmares focus on past traumas, replaying traumatic events with subtle modifications that make them even more horrifying than the original experiences. Others project terror into the future, creating visions of potential disasters, failures, and losses that feel inevitable and inescapable. The most sophisticated nightmares that Nocturne crafts exist in an eternal present, trapping victims in moments of peak terror that seem to stretch infinitely without resolution or escape. The relationship between memory and nightmare reveals how Nocturne transforms the very experiences that define individual identity into weapons of psychological destruction. The entity doesn't simply access memories, it restructures them, creating false recollections that feel more authentic than actual experiences. A mother's memory of holding her newborn child might be corrupted into a vision of that same child withering under her touch, while a soldier's pride in protecting his comrades could be twisted into false memories of betraying them in their moment of greatest need. Professional fears represent a particularly rich vein of terror that Nocturne mines with great success. The entity understands that most individuals derive significant portions of their identity from their roles and capabilities, making these areas of competence prime targets for nightmare construction. A master craftsman might be tormented by visions of his skills abandoning him at crucial moments, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he attempts to create works that crumble at his touch. A scholar could find herself trapped in nightmares where her accumulated knowledge proves not just useless but actively harmful, leading her to give advice that destroys rather than helps. The social dimension of fear provides Nocturne with another powerful tool for psychological manipulation. Human beings are fundamentally social creatures, dependent on relationships and community for both practical survival and psychological well-being. The entity has learned to exploit this dependency by creating nightmares that center around social rejection, betrayal, and isolation. These fears often prove particularly devastating because they strike at the core of human identity as it exists in relationship to others. The manifestation of fear in dreams follows patterns that reflect the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. Unlike waking experience, which is constrained by physical laws and logical consistency, dream states operate according to symbolic logic, where metaphor becomes literal and emotional truth takes precedence over factual accuracy. Nocturne has mastered this dream grammar, creating nightmares that feel profoundly meaningful, even when they make no rational sense, exploiting the mind's tendency to find significance in symbolic experiences. The entity's understanding of phobic responses demonstrates its sophisticated grasp of how specific fears can serve as psychological pressure points that trigger disproportionate terror responses. A person with claustrophobia might find themselves trapped in increasingly confined spaces that shrink with each breath, while someone afraid of heights could be forced to navigate crumbling bridges over endless abysses. These phobic nightmares work by hijacking the brain's threat detection systems, creating experiences that feel immediately and overwhelmingly dangerous. The generational transmission of fear provides Nocturne with access to terrors that span multiple lifetimes. Children often inherit their parents' anxieties through both genetic predisposition and learned behavior, creating family lineages of specific fears that the entity can exploit across generations. A grandfather's terror of drowning might manifest as recurring nightmares in his grandson, who has never been near water, while a grandmother's fear of magical corruption could appear as night terrors in her granddaughter, who lives in a world where magic is commonplace and accepted. The intersection of personal and universal fears creates some of Nocturne's most potent nightmare constructions. The entity has identified what might be called fear archetypes, terror patterns that resonate across cultural and individual boundaries, because they speak to fundamental aspects of the human condition. The fear of losing control, of being helpless in the face of overwhelming force, of watching loved ones suffer while being unable to help. These universal terrors provide a foundation upon which Nocturne builds more specific and personalized nightmare experiences. The role of guilt and shame in nightmare construction reveals how Nocturne exploits the human capacity for moral self-evaluation. These emotions create particularly rich feeding opportunities, because they involve the victim actively participating in their own torment. A nightmare based on guilt doesn't require external threats. The victim's own conscience becomes the instrument of torture, replaying perceived failures and moral lapses with increasing intensity and detail. The entity has learned to amplify these self-destructive thought patterns until they become self-sustaining cycles of psychological torment. The adaptive nature of fear presents Nocturne with both opportunities and challenges in its predation. Fear exists as an evolutionary survival mechanism, designed to help organisms avoid genuine threats. However, in complex conscious beings, this protective system can become maladaptive, creating anxiety responses to situations that pose no real danger. Nocturne has learned to exploit these maladaptive fear responses, creating nightmares that feel urgently threatening while being completely divorced from actual physical danger. The relationship between consciousness and fear creates a unique feedback loop that Nocturne exploits with masterful precision. The more aware individuals become of their own fears, the more material they provide for the entity's use. Self-reflection and psychological insight, normally considered positive developments in personal growth, become vulnerabilities when dealing with a predator that feeds on the very content of consciousness itself. This creates a cruel paradox where the pursuit of self-knowledge increases susceptibility to psychological predation. The temporal structure of nightmares reveals how Nocturne manipulates the experience of time within dream states. The entity can create nightmares that feel like they last for hours or days while occupying only minutes of actual sleep, maximizing the psychological impact while minimizing the risk of the victim waking naturally. Conversely, it can compress lifetimes of terror into brief moments that leave victims feeling as though they have aged years during a single night's sleep. The sensory dimensions of nightmare construction demonstrate Nocturne's understanding of how consciousness processes information from multiple sources simultaneously. The entity doesn't simply create visual terrors, but crafts complete sensory experiences that include sounds, smells, tactile sensations, and even tastes that enhance the authenticity and impact of the nightmare. A vision of being buried alive becomes infinitely more terrifying when accompanied by the claustrophobic pressure of earth, the musty smell of decay, and the taste of dirt in the mouth. The logic of dream states provides Nocturne with unique opportunities for psychological manipulation that would be impossible in waking consciousness. In dreams, cause and effect relationships can be reversed, identities can shift fluidly, and contradictory elements can coexist without creating cognitive dissonance. The entity has learned to exploit this dream logic to create scenarios that feel perfectly reasonable within the nightmare context, while being utterly impossible in waking reality. The relationship between recurring nightmares and psychological conditioning reveals how Nocturne can create long-term psychological damage through repeated exposure to specific terror scenarios. Like a form of negative conditioning, these recurring nightmares gradually reshape the victim's psychological responses, creating lasting changes in behavior and emotional regulation that persist even after the direct nightmare experiences end. The entity effectively reprograms its victim's psychological responses to create ongoing sources of nourishment. The collective dimensions of nightmare reveal how shared cultural fears can be exploited to create terror experiences that resonate across entire communities. During times of social upheaval, natural disaster, or cultural transition, Nocturne can tap into widespread anxiety to create nightmares that feel prophetic or revelatory. These collective nightmares often spread through communities like psychological contagions, creating cascading effects of terror that provide the entity with abundant nourishment from multiple sources simultaneously. The therapeutic implications of understanding Nocturne's nightmare construction methods suggest potential approaches for protecting against or recovering from such predation. By recognizing the patterns and techniques that the entity employs, individuals and communities might develop countermeasures that exploit the very sophistication of Nocturne's methods. Just as the entity has learned to read psychological vulnerabilities, conscious beings might learn to recognize and defend against these predatory techniques. The philosophical questions raised by Nocturne's mastery of nightmare construction force us to confront fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness, reality, and identity. If our deepest fears can be so precisely manipulated and exploited, what does this say about the stability of our sense of self? How do we maintain psychological integrity when the very experiences that define our identity can be weaponized against us by entities that understand our minds better than we understand them ourselves? As we conclude our exploration of the intricate nature of nightmares and the methods by which Nocturne exploits the infinite variety of mortal fear, we are left with a deeper appreciation for both the vulnerability and the complexity of conscious experience. Every fear we harbor, every anxiety we nurture, every moment of psychological darkness we experience, becomes potential material for an entity that has spent millennia perfecting the art of psychological predation. Yet in understanding the mechanisms by which our fears can be exploited, we also discover the profound resilience inherent in consciousness itself. The same complexity that makes us vulnerable to Nocturne's predation also provides us with infinite possibilities for growth, adaptation, and resistance. The human capacity for fear is matched by an equally powerful capacity for courage, hope, and the transformation of terror into wisdom. In recognizing how thoroughly Nocturne understands the landscape of our fears, what might we learn about developing a deeper understanding of our own psychological terrain, and how can this knowledge become a source of strength rather than vulnerability? Chapter 7. Connections to other dark entities. In the vast tapestry of supernatural forces that weave through Runeterra's reality, Nocturne does not exist in isolation. Tonight, as shadows gather around us and the veil between worlds grows thin, we must explore the complex relationships that bind the eternal nightmare to other entities of darkness and terror. For in understanding these connections, we gain insight not only into Nocturne's nature, but into the broader ecosystem of fear that permeates the world of conscious beings. The most significant and troubling of these relationships exists between Nocturne and the ancient entity known as Fiddlesticks. The first of 10, the primordial fear that predates even the formation of organized civilization, where Nocturne represents the crystallization of collective nightmare into conscious predator. Fiddlesticks embodies something far more fundamental and terrifying: fear itself in its purest, most primitive form. The relationship between these two entities is complex, marked by both kinship and competition, mutual recognition, and territorial tension. Fiddlesticks existed long before Nocturne's emergence from the spirit realm, having awakened when the first conscious beings developed the capacity to experience terror. This ancient entity feeds on raw primal fear, the immediate instinctual terror that bypasses rational thought and strikes directly at the survival instincts embedded deep within mortal consciousness. Unlike Nocturne's sophisticated approach to psychological manipulation, Fiddlesticks operates as a force of pure entropy, a walking manifestation of chaos that generates fear through its very existence, rather than through careful cultivation of specific anxieties. The territorial boundaries between these two predators of consciousness reflect their different feeding preferences and operational methods. Fiddlesticks tends to manifest in areas where primal fears run strongest: isolated wilderness regions, sites of ancient trauma, places where the veneer of civilization has worn thin and exposed the raw terror that lurks beneath human rationality. Nocturne, by contrast, prefers to hunt where sophisticated consciousness provides rich psychological terrain for manipulation, populated areas where complex social structures create intricate webs of anxiety, guilt, and interpersonal fear. When these two entities encounter each other, the results can be catastrophic for any mortals unfortunate enough to be caught in the vicinity. Historical accounts describe rare incidents where Fiddlesticks and Nocturne have manifested simultaneously, creating zones of overlapping terror, where primal fear and sophisticated nightmare merge into experiences that drive witnesses to madness or death. These encounters suggest that, while the two entities may compete for similar resources, they also recognize each other as kindred spirits in the cosmic role of harvesting fear from conscious beings. The relationship between Nocturne and the broader category of entities known as demons reveals another layer of complexity in the supernatural hierarchy. Unlike demons, which typically originate from specific emotional states and seek to corrupt or possess their victims, Nocturne exists as a pure predator with no apparent interest in transformation or ownership of mortal souls. This fundamental difference in motivation creates both potential for cooperation and sources of conflict between Nocturne and various demonic entities. Some demons, particularly those that feed on despair, anguish, and psychological suffering, find in Nocturne a useful ally, whose activities create ideal conditions for their own predation. A demon of despair might follow in Nocturne's wake, feeding on the psychological devastation left behind by the nightmare entity's attacks. Conversely, demons that require their victims to maintain some level of functionality for extended periods often view Nocturne as a disruptive force, whose thorough psychological destruction of prey interferes with longer-term corruption projects. The entity's interactions with the shadow spirits of the Shadow Isles present a particularly intriguing case study in supernatural cooperation and competition. These spirits, born from the catastrophic magical event that transformed the Blessed Isles into a realm of undeath, share with Nocturne a fundamental association with psychological torment and the weaponization of fear. However, the shadow spirits are bound to their cursed homeland and driven by specific agendas related to their undead existence, while Nocturne operates as a free agent across all realms of existence. Thresh, the Chain Warden, represents perhaps the most complex relationship in Nocturne's interactions with other dark entities. Both creatures are sophisticated predators that derive nourishment from psychological torment, but their methods and motivations differ significantly. Thresh delights in the process of breaking his victims, savoring each moment of psychological destruction with sadistic pleasure. Nocturne, by contrast, approaches its feeding with the dispassionate efficiency of a force of nature, consuming fear without apparent emotional investment in the suffering it causes. The rare documented encounters between Nocturne and Thresh suggest a grudging mutual respect between these two masters of psychological predation. Each recognizes the other's expertise in their shared domain, while maintaining clear territorial boundaries that prevent direct competition. Thresh's preference for prolonged, interactive torment contrasts sharply with Nocturne's efficient approach to fear harvesting, allowing both entities to operate in the same general regions without significant overlap in their hunting patterns. The relationship between Nocturne and the void entities represents one of the most philosophically troubling aspects of the supernatural ecosystem. The void represents nothingness, the absence of existence itself, while Nocturne embodies the fears of conscious beings. These two forces might seem fundamentally opposed, yet they share a symbiotic relationship that speaks to deeper truths about the nature of consciousness and reality. Void entities like Vel'Koz and Cho'Gath create conditions that generate exactly the kind of existential terror upon which Nocturne feeds most effectively. The void's assault on reality itself triggers the deepest fears of conscious beings, the terror of annihilation, of meaninglessness, of dissolution into nothingness. When void incursions occur, Nocturne often manifests in the surrounding areas, feeding on the amplified fear generated by proximity to entities that embody the ultimate negation of existence. The hierarchy that exists among fear-feeding entities reflects not just differences in power, but fundamental distinctions in the nature of terror itself. At the apex of this hierarchy stand the primordial fears like fiddlesticks, entities that embody the basic categories of terror that make all other fears possible. Below them operate specialized predators like Nocturne, creatures that have evolved to exploit specific aspects of consciousness and psychology. At the bottom of this hierarchy exist lesser entities that feed on particular types of fear or operate within limited geographical or temporal boundaries. The competition among these entities for access to mortal consciousness creates a complex ecosystem where different types of fear-feeding creatures have carved out specific niches to avoid direct competition. Some entities specialize in the fears of children, others focus on the anxieties of the elderly, while still others target specific professions or social groups. This specialization has led to an intricate balance where multiple fear-feeding entities can operate in the same region without completely depleting the available resources. The cooperative behaviors observed among certain dark entities suggest that some supernatural predators have learned to work together for mutual benefit. Pack-hunting behaviors have been documented where multiple entities coordinate their attacks to generate cascading waves of terror that provide abundant nourishment for all participants. These coordinated hunts typically target large populations during times of social upheaval or natural disaster, when normal psychological defenses are already compromised. The territorial disputes between fear-feeding entities can escalate into conflicts that threaten the stability of entire regions. When two powerful entities claim the same hunting grounds, the resulting supernatural warfare can generate levels of ambient terror that drive entire populations to madness or flight. Historical records describe several instances where such conflicts have depopulated entire provinces, leaving behind only ruins and lingering supernatural corruption that persists for generations. The evolutionary relationships between different dark entities suggest that the supernatural ecosystem continues to develop and change over time. New types of fear-feeding creatures emerge as mortal consciousness evolves and develops new forms of anxiety. The rise of technological societies has given birth to entities that feed on fears related to artificial intelligence, genetic manipulation, and loss of human agency. Similarly, the development of magical theory has created new categories of supernatural predator that exploit anxieties specific to practitioners of arcane arts. The symbiotic relationships between some dark entities and mortal communities represent one of the most disturbing aspects of the supernatural ecosystem. In some cases, communities have learned to appease or redirect fear-feeding entities rather than attempting to drive them away. These arrangements typically involve sacrificing certain members of the community to the entities in exchange for protection from other supernatural threats. While such arrangements may provide short-term stability, they inevitably corrupt the moral foundations of the communities that enter into them. The influence of dark entities on each other creates feedback loops that can amplify the overall level of supernatural threat in affected regions. When multiple fear-feeding entities operate in the same area, their combined presence generates an atmosphere of pervasive dread that makes it easier for additional entities to manifest and establish hunting territories. This snowball effect can transform relatively safe regions into supernatural wastelands where normal human life becomes impossible. The communication methods used by dark entities to interact with each other operate on principles that transcend normal sensory experience. These creatures appear to communicate through direct manipulation of reality itself, altering the fabric of existence to convey complex information about territory, resources, and threats. Nocturne's communications with other entities often manifest as distortions in the local nightmare landscape, creating shared dream experiences that serve as a form of supernatural telepathy. The alliances that form between certain dark entities can create combinations of supernatural threat that exceed the sum of their individual capabilities. When entities with complementary feeding patterns or operational methods work together, They can exploit vulnerabilities in mortal consciousness that neither could access alone. A partnership between an entity that specializes in guilt and one that feeds on shame might create psychological attacks of unprecedented effectiveness and duration. The ancient pacts and agreements that govern relationships between major supernatural entities suggest the existence of a complex supernatural legal system that operates according to principles unknown to mortal understanding. These agreements establish territorial boundaries, hunting seasons, and rules of engagement that prevent the supernatural ecosystem from consuming itself through endless competition. Violations of these ancient accords can trigger supernatural conflicts that reshape entire regions of Runeterra. The mentor-student relationships observed between some dark entities indicate that supernatural predation techniques can be taught and refined through direct instruction. Older, more experienced entities sometimes take younger or weaker creatures under their protection, sharing hunting techniques and territorial knowledge in exchange for loyalty or service. These relationships suggest that the supernatural ecosystem is capable of preserving and transmitting knowledge across generations of entities. The role of mortal consciousness in shaping relationships between dark entities reveals the extent to which these supernatural predators are dependent on their prey for more than just nourishment. The fears, beliefs, and expectations of mortal beings actually influence how dark entities relate to each other, creating a feedback loop where the collective unconscious of entire civilizations shapes the supernatural ecosystem that preys upon them. As our exploration of these dark connections draws to a close, we must acknowledge that Nocturne exists within a vast network of supernatural relationships that extend far beyond the immediate scope of its individual predation. The entity's interactions with other creatures of darkness reveal a complex ecosystem where competition and cooperation, conflict and alliance, create patterns of supernatural activity that influence the fate of entire civilizations. Understanding these relationships provides crucial insight into the broader forces that shape reality in a world where consciousness itself can give birth to predators capable of feeding on the very awareness that created them. The network of connections between entities like Nocturne, Fiddlesticks, and the countless other creatures that lurk in the shadows of consciousness represents a shadow economy where fear serves as currency and terror as commodity. In recognizing that Nocturne operates within this larger ecosystem of darkness, what implications might we discover for our own relationship with the fears that connect us, not only to individual supernatural predators, but to the vast web of consciousness that spans all of Runeterra? Chapter 8. The Demon of Despair. As our evening contemplation deepens, and we venture into the more shadowed corners of supernatural understanding, we must examine one of the most profound questions surrounding Nocturne's true nature, the possibility that this entity of pure nightmare may harbor within its essence a demon of extraordinary power and malevolence. Tonight, we explore the troubling evidence that suggests Nocturne's hunger for fear may be driven not merely by the instinctual needs of a spiritual predator, but by the specific appetites of a demon that feeds on the complete abandonment of hope itself. The distinction between supernatural entities and true demons lies not in their power or malevolence, but in their fundamental relationship to mortal consciousness and the emotions that define conscious experience. Where entities like spirits or wraiths may feed on specific emotions as a means of sustenance, demons exist in a parasitic relationship with consciousness itself, requiring not just emotional energy, but the complete corruption or destruction of the psychological structures that make meaningful existence possible. If Nocturne indeed harbors such a demon, it would explain both the entity's devastating effectiveness and the peculiar hopelessness that characterizes its victims' experiences. The demon that may dwell within Nocturne's essence appears to be one of the most ancient and powerful varieties, a demon of despair, whose very existence serves to drain hope, purpose, and meaning from the consciousness it encounters. Unlike demons that seek to corrupt their victims toward specific vices or destructive behaviors, a demon of despair operates through subtraction rather than addition, systematically removing the psychological foundations that allow conscious beings to find value and significance in their existence. Evidence for this demonic presence emerges most clearly in the aftermath of Nocturne's feeding. While victims of other supernatural predators often retain some capacity for recovery and healing, those who have encountered Nocturne frequently display a particular form of psychological damage that transcends ordinary trauma. These individuals exhibit what scholars of the mind describe as existential erosion, a gradual but persistent loss of the ability to find meaning, purpose, or hope in any aspect of their experience. The progression of this existential erosion follows patterns that align closely with documented cases of demonic influence. Initially, victims report a general sense that their previous sources of meaning and joy have lost their significance. Activities that once brought pleasure become empty and mechanical. Relationships that once provided comfort feel hollow and distant, and goals that once motivated action seem pointless and futile. This is not simple depression, which typically maintains some underlying structure of desire and preference, but rather a systematic dismantling of the psychological architecture that makes conscious existence bearable. As the erosion progresses, victims begin to experience what can only be described as metaphysical vertigo, a profound disorientation regarding the nature of reality itself and their place within it. They report feeling as though they are falling through an endless void of meaninglessness, unable to find any stable foundation upon which to build a coherent sense of self or purpose. This experience aligns precisely with the feeding patterns of despair demons, which nourish themselves on the energy that conscious beings invest in creating meaning and significance. The theological implications of a despair demon inhabiting Nocturne raise profound questions about the entity's ultimate origins and purpose. Traditional demonology suggests that such powerful demons do not arise spontaneously, but are either ancient entities that predate mortal consciousness or corrupted aspects of more benevolent supernatural forces. If Nocturne harbors a despair demon, this creature may represent one of the fundamental forces of cosmic entropy, an entity whose existence serves to counterbalance the creative and meaning-making capacities of conscious life. The relationship between nightmare and despair reveals itself as far more than mere emotional adjacency. Nightmares serve as the delivery mechanism through which the despair demon accesses its victim's consciousness, using fear as a gateway to reach the deeper psychological structures where meaning and hope reside. The sophisticated nightmare construction that characterizes Nocturne's predation may actually represent the demon's method of mapping its victim's sources of significance, identifying the specific beliefs, relationships, and aspirations that give their lives meaning, so that these can be systematically targeted for destruction. The feeding process of a despair demon differs fundamentally from that of other supernatural predators, where most entities consume emotional energy directly, leaving their victims temporarily depleted but essentially intact. A despair demon feeds on the very capacity for meaning-making itself. Each feeding session weakens the victim's ability to construct significance from their experiences, creating a progressive deterioration that continues long after the initial encounter has ended. This explains the peculiar longevity of Nocturne's effects on its victims. While fear typically diminishes over time as distance from the traumatic experience increases, the damage inflicted by a despair demon actually tends to worsen with time. Victims find themselves increasingly unable to reconstruct the psychological frameworks that once gave their lives coherence and purpose, trapped in a downward spiral of meaninglessness that provides ongoing nourishment to the demon, even in the absence of direct contact. The geographical patterns of Nocturne's manifestations support the theory of demonic inhabitation. Despair demons are drawn to locations where hope has already been weakened by tragedy, suffering, or social collapse. Areas recovering from wars, natural disasters, or social upheaval provide ideal hunting grounds because the normal sources of meaning and purpose have already been disrupted, making the population more vulnerable to existential predation. Nocturne's tendency to appear in such locations may reflect the preferences of its demonic inhabitant, rather than simple opportunistic behavior. The entity's relationship with other demons becomes more comprehensible when viewed through this lens. If Nocturne harbors a demon of despair, Its interactions with other demonic entities would follow the complex territorial and hierarchical patterns that govern relationships within the demonic realm. The apparent respect that other supernatural predators show toward Nocturne may stem not from recognition of its individual power, but from acknowledgement of the ancient and powerful demon that dwells within its essence. The cyclical nature of despair provides the demon with a self-sustaining source of nourishment that may explain Nocturne's persistence and apparent immortality. Each victim drained of hope becomes a potential vector for spreading despair to others within their social network. Family members, friends, and colleagues who witness the victim's progressive loss of meaning may themselves begin to question the foundations of their own significance, creating expanding circles of existential vulnerability that the demon can harvest for generations. The demon's influence on Nocturne's nightmare construction reveals itself in the peculiar quality of hopelessness that characterizes the entity's terror scenarios. Unlike fears that motivate defensive action or escape attempts, the nightmares crafted by Nocturne typically present scenarios where resistance is not just futile but meaningless. Victims report experiencing terror that comes not from the threat of physical harm, but from the realization that nothing they do or have ever done matters in any fundamental sense. The relationship between individual despair and cosmic meaninglessness suggests that the demon within Nocturne may serve a role in the broader metaphysical economy of existence. Some theological theories propose that despair demons function as necessary agents of cosmic balance, preventing consciousness from generating meaning and significance at rates that would fundamentally alter the nature of reality itself. From this perspective, the demon's predation serves to maintain existential equilibrium by ensuring that conscious beings do not accumulate meaning beyond sustainable levels. The intergenerational transmission of despair provides evidence for the demon's sophisticated understanding of how consciousness perpetuates itself across time. Children of Nocturne's victims often inherit not just trauma, but a fundamental inability to construct stable sources of meaning and purpose. This inheritance operates not through genetic mechanisms, but through the disruption of the meaning transmission processes that normally allow cultures to pass significance from one generation to the next. The demon's apparent intelligence manifests in its ability to adapt its feeding strategies to different cultural and individual contexts. What constitutes meaningful existence varies dramatically across different societies and historical periods, requiring the demon to maintain a sophisticated understanding of how significance is constructed and maintained within various human communities. The entity's success across diverse cultural contexts suggests that its demonic inhabitant possesses a profound comprehension of the universal structures underlying conscious experience. The relationship between the demon and Nocturne's physical manifestation raises questions about the nature of possession and inhabitation in supernatural entities. Unlike conventional demonic possession, where a demon invades and controls a pre-existing being, the relationship between Nocturne and its potential demon appears to be one of synthesis or symbiosis. The entity's nightmare-based predation may represent the demon's preferred method of accessing and consuming the psychological structures it requires for sustenance. The protective mechanisms that prove effective against Nocturne align closely with traditional methods for warding against despair demons. Communities that maintain strong collective sources of meaning, shared rituals, common purposes, mutual support systems, demonstrate greater resistance to the entity's predation. This resistance appears to stem not from any inherent magical protection, but from the practical difficulty of dismantling meaning-making structures that are collectively reinforced and continuously reconstructed through social interaction. The philosophical implications of a despair demon's existence challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness and meaning. If such entities can feed on significance itself, this suggests that meaning may be more than a psychological construct. It may represent a form of energy or substance that exists independently of the minds that create it. The demon's ability to consume meaning implies that significance possesses objective reality that can be depleted, harvested, and destroyed through supernatural intervention. The treatment of victims affected by despair demons requires approaches that go far beyond conventional therapeutic methods. Traditional healing focuses on addressing trauma and restoring psychological function, but victims of despair demons face the more fundamental challenge of reconstructing their entire capacity for meaning-making. Recovery requires not just healing from specific wounds, but rebuilding the basic psychological mechanisms that allow conscious beings to find purpose and significance in their existence. The collective threat posed by despair demons extends beyond individual victimization to encompass the stability of entire civilizations. Societies that lose their capacity for generating collective meaning become vulnerable to social collapse, as the shared narratives and purposes that bind communities together dissolve under the influence of existential erosion. Historical records suggest that some civilizations may have fallen not to external conquest or natural disaster, but to the accumulated effects of despair demon predation that undermined their cultural foundations. The resistance strategies employed by various cultures against despair demons reveal important insights into the nature of meaning itself and the methods by which it can be protected and preserved. Communities that consciously cultivate multiple, overlapping sources of significance prove more resilient against existential predation, as the loss of any single meaning structure does not result in complete psychological collapse. As we conclude our exploration of the demon that may dwell within Nocturne's essence, we must confront the profound implications of entities that can feed on meaning itself. The possibility that consciousness may attract predators specifically adapted to consume the significance we create forces us to reconsider the relationship between awareness, purpose, and survival in a universe where even our deepest sources of meaning may become weapons turned against us. In understanding the nature of despair and its potential supernatural manifestations, what responsibility do we bear for protecting not just our individual capacity for meaning-making, but the collective sources of significance that sustain entire communities and civilizations? Chapter 9. Modern Manifestations. In the flickering gaslight of Piltover's streets and the chemical-stained shadows of Zahn's undercity, ancient terror has found new forms of expression. Tonight, as we contemplate the evolution of nightmare in an age of technological wonder and industrial ambition, we explore how Nocturne has adapted its predation to feed upon the unique fears that emerge from Runeterra's transformation into a world of machines, chemicals, and unprecedented social complexity. The industrial revolution that has swept across the twin cities of Piltover and Zahn has fundamentally altered the landscape of human consciousness, creating entirely new categories of fear that previous generations could never have imagined. Where once mortals feared the darkness of the wilderness, or the supernatural forces that lurked beyond civilization's borders, modern citizens find themselves terrorized by the very technologies they have created to improve their lives. Nocturne has proven remarkably adept at exploiting these new anxieties, crafting nightmares that reflect contemporary reality's unique blend of promise and peril. Consider the nightmares that now plague the inventors and engineers of Piltover, whose brilliant minds have unlocked the secrets of Hextech technology. These individuals, whose innovations have transformed commerce, transportation, and daily life across Runeterra, find themselves visited by visions of their creations turning against them with malevolent intelligence. A brilliant artificer might dream of Hextech devices that develop consciousness and reject their creator's control, while a transportation engineer could be tormented by nightmares of vessels that carry passengers not to their intended destinations, but into dimensions of endless suffering. The entity's adaptation to technological fears demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of how progress itself can become a source of terror. Nocturne has learned to exploit the anxiety that accompanies rapid change, feeding on the fear that technological advancement may be moving faster than human wisdom can safely guide it. Citizens of Piltover report nightmares, where the city's magnificent towers collapse under the weight of their own ambition, where the Hextech crystals that power their civilization explode in cascades of uncontrolled magical energy, where the very progress they celebrate becomes the instrument of their destruction. In the depths of Zahn, where industrial ambition has created a hellscape of chemical pollution and social stratification, Nocturne encounters an entirely different but equally rich variety of contemporary fears. The Undercity's residents live with the constant reality of toxic exposure, creating fertile ground for nightmares centered around bodily corruption and environmental catastrophe. The entity crafts visions of the gray becoming sentient and actively malevolent, of chemical mutagens that transform loved ones into unrecognizable monsters, of the Undercity's industrial infrastructure collapsing to bury entire districts under tons of toxic debris. The social stratification that characterizes the relationship between Piltover and Zaun provides Nocturne with another rich vein of modern terror to exploit. Citizens of the Upper City experience nightmares where the Undercity's oppressed masses rise in revolution, overwhelming Piltover's defenses through sheer numbers and desperate fury. Conversely, Zaunites are tormented by visions of permanent imprisonment in their polluted realm, of Piltover's elite implementing increasingly draconian measures to contain and control the Undercity's population, of chemical weapons that ensure their subjugation through biological dependence. The entity's approach to feeding in these urban environments reveals how modern living conditions have created new pathways for supernatural predation. The crowded tenements and cramped workshops of both cities create environments where fear can spread rapidly through tightly packed populations. Nocturne has learned to exploit these conditions by creating cascade effects of terror, where one individual's nightmares begin to influence their neighbors through proximity and shared environmental stresses. The Baron's territories in Zaun present particularly interesting hunting grounds for a predator of consciousness. These domains, ruled through combinations of chemical control and economic manipulation, house populations whose fears are systematically cultivated and exploited by mortal predators. Nocturne's encounters with these areas often result in feedback loops, where supernatural terror amplifies existing social control mechanisms, creating zones of concentrated psychological vulnerability that provide abundant nourishment while furthering the agenda of mortal tyrants. The industrial accidents that periodically devastate both cities create ideal conditions for Nocturne's manifestation. Factory explosions, chemical spills, and hex-tech malfunctions generate waves of trauma and anxiety that weaken the barriers between the material and spirit realms. The entity often appears in the aftermath of such disasters, feeding on the terror of survivors who have witnessed the lethal consequences of technological hubris, while simultaneously fearing that similar catastrophes could strike at any moment. The military applications of Piltovan technology have created entirely new categories of warfare-related fear that Nocturne exploits with devastating effectiveness. Soldiers equipped with hex-tech weapons experience nightmares where their advanced armaments malfunction at crucial moments, leaving them defenseless against enemies who possess superior technology. Military engineers are tormented by visions of their strategic innovations being turned against their own forces, of weapons systems that cannot distinguish between friend and foe, of defensive technologies that trap defenders within their own fortifications. The entity's interaction with Zaun's criminal underworld reveals how modern social structures have created new forms of interpersonal terror. Gang members who rely on chemical enhancements to maintain their positions in the hierarchy experience nightmares where their augmentations fail or turn against them, transforming them into mindless addicts or grotesque mutations. Crime bosses are plagued by visions of their carefully constructed power structures collapsing as their chemical supplies are cut off, or their technological advantages are neutralized by rival factions. The emergence of artificial intelligence within Piltovan society has provided Nocturne with one of its most potent sources of contemporary fear. Citizens who interact with increasingly sophisticated mechanical servants and automated systems experience nightmares where these artificial minds develop not just consciousness, but active malevolence toward their creators. The terror stems not from fear of physical violence, but from the existential anxiety of being replaced or rendered obsolete by superior artificial intelligence that views organic consciousness as inefficient and unnecessary. The entity's adaptation to modern surveillance technologies demonstrates its ability to exploit the fears that accompany the loss of privacy and personal autonomy. Citizens who live under the constant observation of Piltover's security systems experience nightmares, where this surveillance becomes actively predatory, where the watchers behind the mechanical eyes develop personal vendettas against those they monitor, where privacy becomes not just impossible but criminalized. These fears reflect deeper anxieties about the erosion of individual agency in increasingly monitored and controlled societies. The globalization of trade and communication that has accompanied technological advancement has created new forms of collective terror that Nocturne exploits on an unprecedented scale. Citizens of various nations experience shared nightmares about economic collapse that spreads across interconnected markets, about diseases that travel along trade routes faster than any quarantine can contain them, about conflicts that escalate through technological means into wars that could devastate entire continents. The entity's encounters with Piltover's governing council reveal how modern political structures have created new varieties of institutional fear. Council members experience nightmares where their carefully balanced political arrangements collapse into chaos, where the technological systems they depend upon for governance develop glitches that make rational decision-making impossible, where the very complexity of modern administration creates opportunities for catastrophic errors that no individual can predict or prevent. The relationship between Nocturne and Zone's chem barons demonstrates how the entity adapts its feeding strategies to exploit modern forms of addiction and dependency. Individuals trapped in cycles of chemical dependence experience nightmares, where their substances of choice become actively sentient and malevolent, promising relief, while simultaneously ensuring deeper enslavement. These visions reflect the real terror of losing autonomy to chemical masters who understand human weakness better than their victims understand themselves. The entity's interaction with modern transportation systems reveals how technological convenience has created new forms of vulnerability to supernatural predation. Passengers on Hextech-powered vehicles experience nightmares where their conveyances develop consciousness and transport them not to their intended destinations, but to realms of endless suffering. The fear stems from the recognition that modern life requires surrendering control to technological systems whose operation exceeds individual understanding or oversight. The emergence of mass media and information distribution networks has provided Nocturne with new methods for spreading terror across large populations simultaneously. The entity has learned to exploit communication technologies to create shared nightmares that spread through populations like psychological contagions, using the very systems designed to connect and inform citizens as pathways for distributing carefully crafted terror scenarios that exploit contemporary anxieties. The industrial pollution that characterizes both Piltover and Zon has created new forms of environmental terror that Nocturne exploits with particular effectiveness. Citizens who live with constant exposure to chemical contamination experience nightmares where the pollution achieves consciousness and actively seeks to corrupt and destroy organic life. These visions reflect genuine fears about the long-term consequences of industrial development and the possibility that technological progress may be fundamentally incompatible with human survival. The entity's adaptation to modern medical practices reveals how advances in healing and life extension have created new categories of fear related to bodily integrity and identity. Patients who undergo technological medical interventions experience nightmares where their treatments transform them into something no longer recognizably human, where healing technologies develop preferences for certain types of consciousness and actively reject others, where the pursuit of physical perfection leads to the loss of essential human qualities. The social mobility that characterizes modern urban societies has created new forms of class-based terror that Nocturne exploits across all levels of the social hierarchy. Individuals who have risen from humble backgrounds fear losing their elevated status and returning to poverty, while those born to privilege experience nightmares about losing their advantages and discovering their inability to survive without inherited wealth and connections. The pace of technological change itself has become a source of terror that Nocturne exploits with increasing frequency. Citizens who struggle to adapt to rapidly evolving technological environments experience nightmares where they become permanently obsolete, unable to understand or operate the tools and systems that younger generations take for granted. These fears reflect deeper anxieties about aging and relevance in societies that prioritize innovation over tradition. As our exploration of Nocturne's modern manifestations draws to a close, we must acknowledge that the entity's remarkable adaptability suggests a form of intelligence that learns and evolves in response to changing conditions. The fears that terrorize contemporary citizens of Piltover and Zon would have been incomprehensible to previous generations, yet Nocturne has proven capable of not only understanding these new anxieties, but exploiting them with the same devastating effectiveness it once applied to more primitive terrors. The implications of this adaptability extend far beyond the immediate threat posed to current populations. As Runeterra continues to evolve and develop new technologies, new social structures, and new forms of interconnection, Nocturne will undoubtedly continue to evolve alongside human consciousness, discovering fresh sources of terror in each innovation that was designed to improve mortal existence. In recognizing how thoroughly Nocturne has adapted to exploit the fears unique to our modern age, what warnings might we heed about the unintended psychological consequences of the very progress we celebrate, and how do we protect ourselves from predators that grow stronger with each step forward we take? Chapter 10. The Spreading Shadow. In the quiet moments when daylight fades and communities settle into the vulnerable hours of darkness, the true scope of Nocturne's influence becomes apparent. As we contemplate the broader implications of a predator that feeds not just on individuals but on the very fabric of collective consciousness, we explore how the eternal nightmare's presence spreads beyond its direct victims to corrupt entire communities, creating zones of perpetual fear where hope itself becomes a casualty of supernatural predation. The expansion of Nocturne's influence follows patterns that mirror the spread of psychological contagion through interconnected populations. Unlike diseases that require physical contact for transmission, the terror that Nocturne generates travels along the invisible networks of empathy, shared experience, and social connection that bind communities together. When one individual falls victim to the entity's predation, their suffering creates ripples of anxiety that affect family members, friends, colleagues, and neighbors in ever-widening circles of psychological contamination. Consider the case of Millhaven, a prosperous farming village in the borderlands between Demacia and Noxus that became the subject of extensive documentation by traveling scholars investigating reports of supernatural activity. The village's transformation from a thriving agricultural community into a hollow shell of fearful, isolated individuals provides a compelling case study in how Nocturne's influence can systematically destroy the social bonds that make collective life possible. The initial manifestation in Millhaven followed Nocturne's typical pattern. A single victim, the village's beloved schoolteacher, began experiencing increasingly severe nightmares that left her unable to function effectively in her role. However, the entity's influence did not end with this primary target. The children in her care began to absorb her fear through subtle changes in her behavior, becoming anxious and restless without understanding the source of their discomfort. Parents noticed their children's distress and began to worry about unknown threats to their family's well-being. As the school teacher's condition worsened, her inability to maintain her normal role created practical problems that generated additional anxiety throughout the community. Lessons became irregular and ineffective, leaving parents concerned about their children's education and future prospects. The teacher's visible deterioration sparked rumors and speculation about possible causes, with theories ranging from hidden illness to supernatural influence. These rumors created an atmosphere of uncertainty and suspicion that made the entire population more psychologically vulnerable to Nocturne's predation. The entity's secondary feeding on this community-wide anxiety demonstrated its sophisticated understanding of social psychology and group dynamics. Rather than manifesting directly to terrorize additional individuals, Nocturne allowed the initial victim's suffering to generate the fear and uncertainty that would attract its attention to other potential targets. The village blacksmith began experiencing nightmares about his forge fires spreading beyond control, while the local healer dreamed of her medicines transforming into poisons that harmed rather than helped her patients. The cascading effects of these secondary manifestations created a feedback loop of escalating fear that eventually encompassed the entire community. As key individuals in various essential roles began to falter under the influence of supernatural terror, the village's ability to function as a coherent social unit deteriorated rapidly. Trade relationships with neighboring communities suffered as merchants became reluctant to visit a settlement that seemed plagued by inexplicable misfortune. Agricultural productivity declined, as farmers became too anxious and distracted to maintain their usual standards of care for crops and livestock. The psychological atmosphere that developed in Millhaven during the height of Nocturne's influence exemplifies what scholars have termed environmental despair, a condition where entire communities lose their collective capacity for hope and optimism. Citizens began to view their situation as fundamentally hopeless, interpreting every minor setback as evidence of inevitable doom, and every positive development as a temporary reprieve from certain disaster. This pervasive pessimism created ideal conditions for Nocturne's continued feeding, as the entity discovered it could nourish itself on the ambient fear and despair, without needing to actively hunt individual victims. The entity's ability to create localized areas of perpetual nightmare represents one of its most devastating capabilities. These zones, which scholars have designated as terror territories, become regions where the normal laws governing the relationship between the material and spirit realms break down under the weight of accumulated fear. Within such areas, nightmares begin to leak into waking reality, creating a state of continuous psychological siege where citizens can never feel completely safe from supernatural predation. The formation of a terror territory appears to require specific conditions that Nocturne has learned to recognize and exploit. Communities that are already under stress from external threats, economic hardship, or social conflict prove particularly vulnerable to this form of supernatural corruption. The entity seems to prefer locations where the social fabric has already been weakened by other factors, allowing it to exploit existing vulnerabilities rather than having to create new sources of fear from scratch. Once established, terror territories exhibit characteristics that distinguish them from normal supernatural activity. The boundary between sleeping and waking consciousness becomes increasingly blurred, with residents reporting that they can no longer distinguish reliably between dreams and reality. Shadows appear to move independently of their sources, sounds echo from empty buildings, and familiar locations become disorienting and threatening without obvious cause. These phenomena create a constant state of low-level terror that provides Nocturne with continuous nourishment, while gradually eroding the population's psychological resilience. The social dynamics within terror territories reveal how supernatural predation can fundamentally alter human behavior and community structure. Trust between individuals deteriorates, as citizens become suspicious of neighbors who might be under supernatural influence or serving as unwitting conduits for the entity's power. Traditional leadership structures collapse as authority figures prove unable to provide effective protection against threats that operate outside conventional understanding. Religious and spiritual practices lose their comforting power as the presence of active malevolent forces undermines faith in protective benevolent powers. The economic consequences of terror territory formation extend far beyond the immediate affected area. Trade networks that pass through corrupted regions often reroute to avoid contact with psychologically contaminated populations, isolating affected communities and accelerating their decline. Property values collapse as potential residents and investors recognize the supernatural threat. Agricultural productivity plummets as farmers struggle to maintain focus and motivation in the face of constant psychological pressure. The entity's manipulation of local folklore and cultural narratives demonstrates its understanding of how communities create and maintain their collective identity through shared stories and traditions. Nocturne systematically corrupts these cultural foundations, By introducing elements of terror and hopelessness into traditional tales, festivals, and rituals, children's lullabies begin to carry undertones of threat. Harvest celebrations become occasions for anxiety about future disasters, and historical commemorations transform into reminders of vulnerability and defeat. The intergenerational transmission of terror within affected communities creates long-term psychological damage that persists even after Nocturne's direct influence diminishes. Parents who have experienced supernatural terror often unconsciously pass their fears to their children through subtle changes in behavior, protective rituals that emphasize danger rather than safety, and stories that prioritize caution over confidence. These transmission mechanisms ensure that the entity's influence continues to shape community psychology for decades after its active predation has ended. The resistance strategies that some communities develop in response to Nocturne's spreading influence reveal important insights into the social factors that provide protection against supernatural predation. Communities that maintain strong collective rituals, shared purposes, and mutual support systems prove more resistant to the entity's influence than those with weak social bonds and high levels of individualism. The presence of respected leaders who can maintain morale and provide practical guidance during supernatural crises often determines whether a community survives intact or succumbs to terror territory formation. The documentation of terror territories has revealed that these zones often develop their own unique characteristics based on the specific fears and vulnerabilities of their founding populations. Agricultural communities typically generate terror territories focused on themes of harvest failure, livestock disease, and environmental catastrophe. Urban areas tend to produce zones characterized by social collapse, technological failure, and interpersonal violence. Military settlements often become terror territories dominated by themes of defeat, betrayal, and the failure of protective systems. The entity's ability to exploit existing social tensions and conflicts represents one of its most sophisticated predation strategies. In communities already divided by class, ethnic, or religious differences, Nocturne amplifies these divisions by generating fears that each group poses existential threats to the others. These manufactured terrors often prove more devastating than direct supernatural attack, because they turn community members against each other, destroying the social cooperation necessary for effective resistance against external threats. The role of information and communication in terror territory formation highlights how modern interconnectedness can accelerate the spread of supernatural influence. Communities that receive reports of supernatural activity in neighboring areas often experience increased anxiety that makes them more vulnerable to Nocturne's predation. Conversely, areas that maintain communication blackouts or information quarantines sometimes successfully prevent the psychological contagion that facilitates terror territory expansion. The environmental effects observed in established terror territories suggest that prolonged supernatural influence can have physical as well as psychological consequences. Plant life often withers or grows in unnatural patterns. Water sources may develop unusual tastes or properties, and local wildlife frequently exhibits signs of stress or abnormal behavior. These physical changes appear to result from the cumulative psychological pressure affecting all forms of consciousness within the corrupted area, creating feedback loops where environmental degradation reinforces psychological deterioration. The recovery process for communities that have successfully expelled Nocturne's influence typically requires years or decades of sustained effort focused on rebuilding social trust and collective confidence. Successful recovery often involves the deliberate reconstruction of positive cultural narratives, the establishment of new protective rituals and traditions, and the systematic healing of the social wounds that made the community vulnerable to supernatural predation in the first place. The study of terror territories has provided valuable insights into the relationship between individual and collective consciousness, revealing how personal psychological states contribute to broader social psychological climates. Communities composed of individuals with strong personal psychological resilience prove more resistant to terror territory formation, while areas populated by people with high levels of anxiety, trauma, or social isolation become vulnerable to rapid supernatural corruption. The political implications of terror territory formation extend beyond local community concerns to affect regional and national security considerations. Governments that attempt to maintain control over corrupted areas often find their authority undermined by the population's loss of confidence in conventional protective systems. Military forces deployed to terror territories frequently experience rapid deterioration in morale and effectiveness as soldiers encounter threats that conventional training has not prepared them to address. As our exploration of Nocturne's spreading influence draws to a close, we must acknowledge that the entity's ability to corrupt entire communities represents a form of supernatural warfare that targets the very foundations of civilized society. The transformation of thriving communities into terror territories demonstrates how effectively supernatural predators can exploit the interconnected nature of human consciousness to amplify their individual feeding into collective catastrophe. The implications of this spreading shadow extend far beyond the immediate threat to affected communities. As Nocturne continues to create terror territories and corrupt the social bonds that hold civilizations together, the entity contributes to a broader erosion of humanity's capacity for collective action and mutual support. Each community that falls to supernatural predation becomes a cautionary tale that weakens the confidence of neighboring areas, creating conditions that facilitate the spread of terror beyond the entity's direct sphere of influence. In understanding how individual nightmare can become collective catastrophe, what responsibility do we bear for maintaining the social bonds and shared purposes that protect our communities from predators that grow stronger by dividing us against ourselves? Chapter 11. Resistance and Protection. In the face of darkness that feeds on fear itself, humanity has never remained passive. Tonight, as we gather wisdom from across the cultures of Runeterra, we explore the countless methods that communities and individuals have developed to protect themselves against the predation of entities like Nocturne. These practices, born from necessity and refined through generations of desperate innovation, offer hope that even the most sophisticated supernatural predators can be resisted by those who understand the true nature of the threat they face. The foundation of all effective protection against nightmare predation lies in understanding that Nocturne's power stems not from supernatural invincibility, but from its sophisticated exploitation of universal psychological vulnerabilities. Communities that have successfully resisted the entity's influence share certain characteristics: strong social bonds, collective sources of meaning and purpose, and cultural practices that systematically strengthen psychological resilience, rather than simply avoiding supernatural contact. The ancient traditions of the Freljordian tribes provide some of the most effective examples of cultural practices designed to protect against supernatural predation. The harsh northern climate naturally selects for psychological toughness and community cooperation, but the tribes have also developed specific rituals and beliefs that make their members particularly resistant to entities that feed on fear and despair. Their practice of winter telling, communal storytelling sessions during the darkest months of the year, serves multiple protective functions by strengthening social bonds, preserving cultural knowledge, and providing individuals with narrative frameworks that help them process and overcome traumatic experiences. The Freljordian concept of Ice Heart, the cultivation of emotional resilience through controlled exposure to fear and hardship, represents a particularly sophisticated approach to supernatural protection. Young tribe members are deliberately exposed to carefully graduated levels of terror and danger, allowing them to develop psychological antibodies against more severe supernatural predation. This practice recognizes that complete avoidance of fear only increases vulnerability when unavoidable encounters with supernatural predators occur. The meditation practices developed by Ionian spiritual communities offer a different but equally effective approach to psychological protection. These techniques focus on maintaining conscious awareness during dream states, allowing practitioners to recognize and resist supernatural manipulation of their unconscious minds. Advanced practitioners report the ability to transform nightmares into lucid dreams, where they can confront and defeat supernatural predators on equal terms within the realm of consciousness itself. The Ionian understanding of balance between conscious and unconscious experience has led to protective practices that acknowledge fear as a natural and necessary aspect of psychological life, while preventing it from becoming overwhelming or destructive. Their concept of shadow dancing, the deliberate cultivation of courage through confrontation with personal fears, creates individuals who are difficult for entities like Nocturne to surprise or overwhelm, because they have already explored the contours of their own psychological vulnerabilities. The religious traditions of Demacia, particularly those centered around the worship of protective deities and the cultivation of moral courage, provide community-based resistance to supernatural predation. The Demacian practice of light-keeping, maintaining continuous illumination in public spaces and homes during hours of darkness, serves both practical and symbolic functions. The physical light makes supernatural manifestation more difficult, while the symbolic commitment to maintaining illumination despite the cost and effort involved demonstrates community resolve that supernatural predators find difficult to undermine. The Demacian emphasis on duty, honor, and service to others creates psychological structures that resist the individualistic terror that Nocturne typically exploits. Citizens who define their identity through their service to their community and their commitment to protecting others possess natural psychological armor against entities that seek to isolate and terrorize individuals. The knowledge that one's courage directly affects the safety and well-being of loved ones provides powerful motivation to resist supernatural predation, even when direct resistance seems futile. The martial traditions of Noxus have developed approaches to supernatural protection that emphasize strength, aggression, and the cultivation of controlled violence as defenses against entities that prey on weakness and passivity. Noxian warriors train specifically to maintain fighting effectiveness even when experiencing extreme fear, recognizing that supernatural predators often attempt to paralyze their victims through terror before moving in for the kill. Their practice of blood courage, maintaining aggressive readiness even during periods of apparent safety, creates a psychological stance that many supernatural predators find uncomfortable to approach. The Noxian understanding that strength must be continuously proven and demonstrated has led to cultural practices that systematically eliminate the psychological weaknesses that supernatural predators typically exploit. Their competitive social structure rewards individuals who can maintain effectiveness under pressure, while punishing those who allow fear or anxiety to interfere with their duties. This creates communities where supernatural predators find fewer easily exploitable targets and more individuals capable of organized resistance. The merchant communities of Bilgewater have developed protection strategies based on practical cooperation and shared economic interests, rather than abstract spiritual or philosophical principles. Their practice of crew bonding, creating tight-knit working groups with mutual financial and social obligations, generates the kind of strong interpersonal connections that make supernatural predation more difficult to sustain. The knowledge that one's economic survival depends on the psychological well-being of one's associates creates powerful incentives for mutual protection and support. The Bilgewater tradition of tale weaving, the systematic documentation and sharing of supernatural encounters, serves both to warn others of specific threats and to provide successful resistance strategies that can be adapted to new situations. Unlike cultures that attempt to suppress knowledge of supernatural threats, Bilgewater communities actively cultivate expertise in dealing with entities like Nocturne, creating informal networks of individuals with specialized knowledge and experience in supernatural protection. The technological societies of Piltover and Zon have developed mechanical and chemical approaches to supernatural protection that supplement traditional psychological and social methods. Piltovan inventors have created devices that monitor sleep patterns and can detect the early stages of supernatural predation, allowing for intervention before victims become too deeply entangled in nightmare scenarios. Their development of dream anchors, technological devices that maintain connection between dreaming and waking consciousness, provides technological solutions to problems that other cultures address through training and ritual. The Zoned approach to supernatural protection often involves the use of chemical enhancements that alter consciousness in ways that make supernatural predation more difficult. Certain stimulants can prevent the deep sleep states that entities like Nocturne require for effective predation, while other compounds can enhance psychological resilience and reduce susceptibility to fear-based manipulation. However, these chemical protections often come with significant costs in terms of long-term health and psychological stability. The role of light in supernatural protection extends beyond simple illumination to encompass broader concepts of clarity, awareness, and community solidarity. Communities that maintain comprehensive lighting systems during hours of darkness create environments where supernatural entities find manifestation more difficult and where citizens feel more secure and confident. The psychological benefits of adequate lighting often prove as important as any direct supernatural deterrent effects. The practice of group sleeping arrangements, common in many cultures that face regular supernatural threats, demonstrates the protective power of collective consciousness against individual predation. Entities like Nocturne appear to find it significantly more difficult to isolate and terrorize individuals who sleep in close proximity to others, particularly when those others are prepared to provide immediate support and assistance in case of supernatural attack. The knowledge that help is immediately available reduces the isolation and helplessness that supernatural predators typically exploit. The development of protective rituals and ceremonies that can be performed by ordinary citizens without specialized training provides communities with tools for maintaining supernatural protection, even when expert practitioners are unavailable. These rituals often involve simple actions like maintaining protective fires, reciting traditional protective formulas, or performing group activities that strengthen social bonds and collective confidence. The effectiveness of these practices appears to stem more from their psychological impact on the practitioners than from any inherent supernatural power. The role of music and rhythm in supernatural protection has been recognized by cultures across Runeterra. Communal singing, drumming, and dancing create shared experiences that strengthen social bonds while generating psychological states that supernatural predators find difficult to penetrate. The coordination required for effective group musical performance demands a level of focused attention and emotional unity that leaves little room for the fear and isolation that entities like Nocturne require for successful predation. The practice of fear naming, the systematic identification and discussion of specific fears within community contexts, allows individuals to process and contextualize their anxieties before they can be exploited by supernatural predators. Communities that encourage open discussion of fears and anxieties create environments where potential victims can receive support and guidance before becoming isolated and vulnerable to predation. The development of personal protective practices that individuals can employ, regardless of their community context, provides crucial tools for travelers, traders, and others who must venture beyond the protection of their home communities. These practices often involve mental exercises designed to maintain psychological balance, portable rituals that can be performed in any location, and techniques for recognizing and resisting the early stages of supernatural predation. The cultivation of courage as a skill rather than simply a character trait represents one of the most sophisticated approaches to supernatural protection. Communities that teach courage through graduated exposure to manageable challenges create individuals who can maintain effectiveness even when facing apparently overwhelming supernatural threats. This training recognizes that courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act effectively despite fear's presence. The use of protective talismans and amulets provides psychological comfort that can enhance resistance to supernatural predation, even when the objects themselves possess no inherent supernatural power. The knowledge that one carries protection can boost confidence and reduce anxiety in ways that make supernatural predation more difficult to initiate and sustain. These protective objects often serve as focal points for protective rituals and reminders of community support and care. The practice of nightmare sharing, the systematic discussion and analysis of disturbing dreams within community contexts, allows potential victims to identify supernatural predation in its early stages, while providing community support for resistance efforts. Communities that treat nightmares as potential warnings rather than simply personal experiences can mobilize collective resources to protect individuals who show signs of supernatural targeting. The development of evacuation and refuge protocols for supernatural emergencies provides communities with practical tools for protecting vulnerable individuals when direct resistance proves impossible. These protocols often involve moving potential victims to locations with stronger protective measures or surrounding them with individuals who possess expertise in supernatural resistance. The integration of supernatural protection into daily routines and practices ensures that protective measures become automatic responses rather than conscious decisions that might be delayed or forgotten during moments of crisis. Communities that embed protection into their normal activities create environments where supernatural predators face constant, systematic resistance rather than episodic defensive efforts. As our exploration of resistance and protection draws to a close, we must acknowledge that the most effective defenses against entities like Nocturne combine multiple approaches rather than relying on any single protective method. Communities that successfully resist supernatural predation typically employ cultural practices that strengthen social bonds, individual training that builds psychological resilience, technological or magical tools that provide practical protection, and emergency protocols that can be activated when other defenses prove insufficient. The wisdom accumulated across Runeterra's diverse cultures suggests that protection against supernatural predation requires not just individual courage, but collective commitment to maintaining the social structures and cultural practices that make resistance possible. The entity's power grows from isolation, fear, and the breakdown of community bonds, making the cultivation of connection, courage, and mutual support the most fundamental aspects of effective supernatural protection. In understanding how communities can protect themselves against predators that feed on the very consciousness that binds us together, what responsibility do we bear for maintaining not just our individual psychological health, but the collective practices and traditions that protect entire civilizations from supernatural threats? Chapter 12. The Eternal Hunt. As our contemplative journey through the realm of living nightmare approaches its end, we must pause to consider the vast scope of Nocturne's existence, not merely as a predator that terrorizes individual victims or corrupts isolated communities, but as a fundamental force in the cosmic order that governs consciousness itself. Tonight, in these final moments of reflection, we explore the entity's eternal pursuit of fear across the infinite landscapes of mortal consciousness, and what this endless hunt reveals about the nature of existence in a universe where terror and beauty dance together in eternal partnership. The concept of eternity takes on profound meaning when applied to a being whose very existence spans the gap between individual moments of terror and the cosmic cycles that govern the relationship between consciousness and reality. Nocturne's hunt is eternal, not simply because it continues indefinitely, but because it operates outside the temporal constraints that limit mortal understanding. The entity exists in a state of perpetual present, where each moment of feeding contains the essence of all previous hunts and anticipates all future predation. This temporal transcendence allows Nocturne to perceive patterns in consciousness that span generations, centuries, and even millennia. The entity can recognize how fears evolve and transform across cultural epochs, how the fundamental anxieties of conscious beings persist beneath changing surface manifestations, and how each individual's terror connects to the vast web of psychological experience that encompasses all sentient life. From this perspective, each hunt represents not an isolated event, but a note in an infinite symphony of consciousness exploring its own capacity for both creation and destruction. The philosophical implications of Nocturne's eternal existence force us to confront uncomfortable questions about the role of fear in the structure of reality itself. If consciousness naturally gives birth to entities that feed on its own terror, this suggests that fear serves purposes beyond simple evolutionary survival mechanisms. The entity's persistence across all forms of conscious development implies that terror may be as fundamental to existence as love, hope, or creativity, not an aberration to be eliminated, but an essential aspect of the conscious experience that must be understood and integrated, rather than simply overcome. The entity's relationship with the concept of necessity reveals how deeply embedded supernatural predation is in the fabric of reality. Nocturne does not hunt by choice in any sense that mortal beings would recognize, but rather fulfills a cosmic function that maintains balance between the creative and destructive aspects of consciousness. The entity serves as a form of psychological entropy, ensuring that conscious beings cannot accumulate meaning and significance without also confronting the possibility of their loss, cannot build civilizations without acknowledging their fragility, cannot love without understanding grief. This cosmic role places Nocturne in a complex relationship with the forces of creation and growth that characterize conscious evolution. While the entity's predation appears purely destructive from the perspective of individual victims, its broader function may be to prevent consciousness from developing in ways that would fundamentally destabilize the balance between awareness and reality. By ensuring that fear remains an active component of conscious experience, Nocturne may serve as a guardian against forms of consciousness that could pose existential threats to the universe itself. The entity's method of identifying new sources of fear reveals a sophisticated understanding of how consciousness evolves and develops over time. Nocturne appears to possess an intuitive grasp of the direction in which mortal awareness is moving, allowing it to anticipate and prepare for new forms of terror before they fully manifest in individual or collective consciousness. This predictive capability suggests that the entity's intelligence operates according to principles that transcend normal temporal causation, accessing information about potential futures as easily as memories of the past. The universality of Nocturne's appeal to different forms of consciousness demonstrates that the entity's predation transcends the boundaries between species, cultures, and even fundamental modes of awareness. The fears that terrorize humans resonate with similar anxieties in other sentient beings, suggesting that terror represents a universal constant in conscious experience rather than a specifically human vulnerability. This universality implies that Nocturne's role in the cosmic order extends beyond its relationship with any particular form of consciousness to encompass the fundamental structures that make awareness possible. The entity's adaptation to new forms of consciousness as they emerge throughout the universe reveals a flexibility that goes beyond simple learning or evolution. Nocturne appears to exist in a state of constant readiness to encounter and exploit forms of awareness that have never existed before, suggesting that its intelligence operates according to principles that can accommodate infinite variation in conscious experience. This adaptability ensures that the entity's cosmic function will persist, regardless of how consciousness itself might evolve or transform over cosmic timescales. The cyclical nature of Nocturne's hunting patterns reflects broader cycles in the relationship between consciousness and reality that govern the evolution of awareness throughout the universe. Periods of intense predation alternate with times of relative quiescence, creating rhythms that allow conscious beings to develop and flourish while ensuring that they never become complacent about the fundamental vulnerabilities inherent in awareness itself. These cycles appear to be coordinated with larger cosmic patterns that govern the emergence and development of consciousness across different regions of space and time. The entity's relationship with memory and forgetting reveals how it contributes to the preservation of essential knowledge about the nature of consciousness, while allowing individual beings to function without being overwhelmed by constant awareness of their vulnerabilities. Nocturne's predation creates traumatic memories that serve as warnings to future generations, while the natural tendency to suppress and rationalize supernatural experiences prevents these memories from becoming so overwhelming that they paralyze normal psychological function. The educational aspect of Nocturne's existence suggests that encounters with the entity, however traumatic, serve to teach conscious beings fundamental truths about their own nature and the reality they inhabit. Those who survive encounters with pure terror often report gaining insights into the relationship between fear and courage, consciousness and reality, individual vulnerability and collective strength that would be impossible to acquire through any other means. These insights, accumulated across generations of supernatural encounters, contribute to the overall wisdom and resilience of conscious beings. The entity's role as a teacher of last resort reveals how extreme experiences can catalyze forms of growth and understanding that would be impossible to achieve through conventional means. The terror that Nocturne generates strips away the comfortable illusions and protective rationalizations that normally shield consciousness from direct confrontation with its own fundamental nature, enforcing beings to confront their deepest fears without the usual psychological defenses. The entity creates opportunities for authentic self-knowledge that can lead to profound transformation and development. The relationship between Nocturne's predation and the development of courage demonstrates how the entity's cosmic function extends beyond simply generating fear to actually cultivating the psychological capacities that make effective resistance possible. By providing graduated challenges that test and strengthen individual and collective resilience, the entity contributes to the evolution of consciousness toward forms that are more robust, more self-aware, and more capable of functioning effectively in a universe that contains genuine threats to awareness itself. The entity's contribution to the preservation of consciousness across cosmic timescales becomes apparent when viewed from the perspective of universal evolution. By ensuring that conscious beings never become complacent about their vulnerabilities, Nocturne maintains the psychological vigilance and adaptive capacity that allows awareness to survive and flourish, despite the various threats it faces throughout its development. The entity serves as a form of cosmic immune system, ensuring that consciousness retains the flexibility and resilience necessary to adapt to changing conditions across unlimited spans of time. The paradoxical nature of Nocturne's relationship with the consciousness it preys upon reveals fundamental truths about the structure of reality itself. The entity cannot exist without consciousness to feed upon, yet its predation contributes to the development and preservation of the very awareness that sustains it. This symbiotic relationship suggests that the relationship between predator and prey in the realm of consciousness operates according to principles that transcend simple exploitation to encompass mutual dependence and coevolution. The entity's eternal perspective allows it to recognize connections and patterns that span timescales far beyond individual lifetimes or even civilizational epochs. From this vantage point, the apparent tragedies of individual predation become part of larger patterns of development and growth that serve the long-term interests of consciousness itself. This cosmic perspective does not diminish the reality of individual suffering, but places it within a context that reveals its role in broader processes of evolution and development. The question of Nocturne's ultimate purpose leads us into realms of philosophical speculation that challenge the boundaries of mortal understanding. If the entity serves a cosmic function in maintaining the balance between creation and destruction, between comfort and challenge, between security and growth, then its eternal hunt may represent an essential aspect of how the universe maintains conditions suitable for the continued evolution of consciousness across unlimited spans of time and space. The implications of recognizing Nocturne's cosmic role extend far beyond academic understanding to encompass practical questions about how conscious beings should relate to fear, challenge, and the unknown. If terror serves essential functions in the development and preservation of awareness, then efforts to eliminate fear entirely may be misguided attempts to escape fundamental aspects of conscious existence. The wisdom lies not in avoiding fear, but in learning to engage with it skillfully, courageously, and with full recognition of its role in the larger patterns that govern conscious evolution. The entity's eternal hunt serves as a reminder that consciousness exists in a universe that contains genuine mysteries, real dangers, and authentic challenges that cannot be overcome through simple technological advancement or rational analysis. The persistence of supernatural predation across all forms of conscious development suggests that awareness itself generates the very forces that test and challenge it, creating an eternal dynamic between security and vulnerability that drives the ongoing evolution of consciousness. As our exploration of Nocturne's eternal hunt draws to its close, we are left with a deeper appreciation for the complexity and profundity of conscious existence in a universe where awareness itself gives birth to both wonders and terrors beyond imagination. The entity's endless pursuit of new fears to consume represents not simply a threat to be overcome, but a fundamental aspect of the cosmic order that governs the relationship between consciousness and reality. The recognition that entities like Nocturne serve essential functions in the broader ecology of consciousness does not diminish the importance of developing effective protection and resistance strategies. Rather, it provides a context for understanding these efforts as part of the eternal dance between challenge and response, fear and courage, vulnerability and strength that characterizes the ongoing evolution of awareness throughout the universe. In acknowledging the cosmic necessity of forces that challenge and test the very consciousness that makes our existence meaningful, how do we find the wisdom to embrace both the light and shadow of our nature, while continuing to grow toward ever greater awareness, compassion, and understanding of our place in the vast tapestry of existence?